in order to manufacture a way to put Julian in prison. It's also against Biden's interests when he tries to project into the world that the US defends global media freedom. The case against Julian is, by definition, an attack on global media freedom because he's not a US journalist and he wasn't in the US. And they're using an extradition vehicle to bring him to the US and imprison him there. What the US is saying, the US government is saying, is that no journalist anywhere is allowed to do their job and publish the truth about what the US government does, or else they'll stick you in a cell for the rest of your life. So all these things are, it brings up all the enormous contradictions of what the US government is trying to project under Biden and the precise opposite effect in this one case. They're sticking one of the most highly regarded people in the world in a prison that houses, terrible criminals. This is what the US says other countries do. This is what, the worst regimes do to their journalists, to their dissidents, to their public intellectuals. And that's precisely what the US is doing to Julian. The only thing that the Biden administration can do is to drop the case. And it has other ramifications. It has ramifications for when the Biden administration calls China out for imprisoning its dissidents. The Chinese government says, look what you're doing to Assange. The difference is Julian faces 175 years. That's a lot of time for publishing truthful information in the public interest.
Do you think that people understand this?
I think people instinctively understand it. They might be a little bit, feel like they need to understand more detail in order to have a, discussion about it. But I really don't think they do. Because you don't need the profound detail that, only a handful of people are across because we've lived it and we've been involved for 10 years. You don't need that. You just need to understand that Julian published information that exposed crimes and that exposed the corrupt actions of powerful people, and that they're taking revenge against him, and that he's wrongfully imprisoned, and that he's suffering, and that it is the process that is the punishment. He's not serving a sentence. You just have to look at the essence of it. He's imprisoning for publishing information in the public interest. That's all you need to know. And over time, the details about how he's been wronged will come out. But the true nature of what's going on here, I think, is pretty obvious and is increasingly obvious to anyone.
Do you have any specific message to the Icelandic people or the Icelandic government?
Julian admires the Icelandic people a lot. He spent a lot of time here in 2009 and 2010. And the fighting spirit of the Icelandic population and the brave positions as well that the politicians have taken, for example, in this cross-party letter that was written to Biden asking him to drop the case. My message is to lobby the Biden administration to drop the case, publicly and privately, at every level, at the highest level. And Iceland has always been important in this story, and collateral murder was edited and prepared here. And now a major part of the abuse of the case is unraveling here because of what Stundin has revealed about the FBI's reliance and the DOJ's reliance on Sigurdur Þórðarson. So I think Iceland is key. It's always been key, and the Icelandic people have always been incredibly supportive of WikiLeaks and Julian because of what WikiLeaks revealed about the banks back in 2009 and 2010. And so I think a lot of the distractions and the detail falls away because the Icelandic people really understand what WikiLeaks is about and what Julian's about.
Well, that's the scale of it. There are stories from every country involved that will embarrass, intrigue, and potentially complicate international relations.
Or is it that it'll embarrass the United States more than anyone else?
Hey, you want to hear a good joke? Nobody speak, nobody get choked.
That's the scale of it.
First up, the revelation that Washington is spying on the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon.
Cable showed Saudi King Abdullah repeatedly urging the U.S. to attack Iran.
Washington is spying on the United Nations.
Among the biggest revelations is how the U.S. uses its embassies around the world. Cables to obtain information from the foreign dignitaries they meet, including frequent flyer numbers, credit card details, and even DNA material.
Cablegate is a tranche of US diplomatic cables. So it's essentially all the correspondence that goes between the State Department and their embassies all over the world, which essentially detail all of the ongoings that the US has in every country where it has an embassy.
Cablegate ended the Iraq War. How did that happen?
One of the most important revelations that came out of Cablegate was one cable that basically led to the Obama administration taking the decision to end the military occupation in Iraq. The cable was written to the United States government by Philip Olster. It described how a group of multinational troops, that is the US and its allies, went into a farmer's house where he and his wife and his extended family, that was 5 women and 5 children, were handcuffed and then executed, a bullet to the head to each one of them. And then the soldiers ordered an air raid to the house to bomb it, to make sure that there was no evidence.
The United States forces were trying to negotiate immunity, continued immunity for their presence in Iraq. The Maliki government said, no, if US forces stay beyond 2011, there will be no more immunity. And Prime Minister Maliki specifically cited that document as a reason why immunity could not be extended, because we could not have further incidences like that.
Will you make sure the agreement states explicitly that there will be no immunity?
Absolutely. There would be no immunity whatsoever for private contractors because of what we've gone through with them in the past and because of the sensitivities to the Iraqi people.
The Iraqi people have the chance to forge their own future. And now the rest of our troops will be home for the holidays.
But Iraq's prime minister says the decision to withdraw U.S. forces is more of a legal decision than a military one. He says the decision was made only after Baghdad refused to grant American forces immunity from prosecution or lawsuits. He says once that demand wasn't met, any talk of keeping troops there to train Iraqi forces ended.
As the publication of Cablegate developed and unraveled, we discovered that actually it was a collection of all the subversion of what the US was doing in foreign countries.
Latest leaks include American diplomats talking about Canada's so-called inferiority complex.
A detailed illegal actions.
With WikiLeaks revealing a directive from Clinton for US diplomats at the United Nations to spy on their counterparts.
There's more fallout tonight from those thousands of pages.
They knew that various individuals had been illegally tortured.
Khalid al-Masri is an innocent man who was snatched off the street, brutally tortured, chained to an airplane, flown to a foreign land, and left in a foul dungeon.
It turned out to be a case of mistaken identity. They had the wrong person.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange says he's aiming for full disclosure on every major issue in the world. And America's top military man called on Sunday for WikiLeaks to stop publishing.
One of the outcomes was that the US government, the Pentagon, set up a task force dedicated, it was 120 strong, I think, dedicated purely at seeing how they could take down WikiLeaks. And interestingly, that task force was also the task force that came up with the assertion that was used in the Chelsea Manning court-martial that no harm had come as a result of WikiLeaks publications, and Brigadier General Robert Carr had to actually testify that under oath that no harm had come as a result of the WikiLeaks publications.
The third point I just want to make about where we are today, we're in the middle of a syndrome that one senior government official I really respect, holds all the clearances, does the audits, pushes back against excessive secrecy, called it Wikimania. We're in the middle of Wikimania, and it's going to lead to so much more heat than light. Targeted assassination is only the most extreme case, but look at all the other proposals we've got on the table on the front burners to try to push back, to punish WikiLeaks, to push back against speech. The Wikimania is really coming from a series of what in my statement I call wiki myths. There has not been a documents dump. Everybody uses that phrase. There hasn't been one. The less than 2,000 cables are on the public record today out of that big database. And the editors of Le Monde and The Guardian and New York Times say that WikiLeaks is consulting with them about what to publish, what to redact, and doing the dialogue with government officials in a pretty extraordinary, responsible way.
When Julian first was dealing with The Guardian before the publication of Cablegate, The Guardian's investigations editor, David Lee, was given a password to an encrypted file on the internet so that he was able to access the cables. Julian gave him a password and said, and between this word and that word, remember the word history and put that in there. So the reason he did that was so that if David Lee lost the password or it fell into somebody else's hands, there's still one piece of information needed. So it was safe. It was a military-grade encryption. In February of 2011, David Lee and another Guardian journalist wrote a book about WikiLeaks. And in that, they wrote down the password. People realized that they were able to put the password together with the file and decrypt the entire cache. Now, Cryptome was one of these people, and they published the entire documents on their website. It is a US publication, and the United States government has gone after WikiLeaks and Julian, an Australian publisher working out of the United Kingdom and Europe at the time. And all he did was republish some documents, whereas Cryptome, laughably, is an American publication that published these documents first and was never gone after.
Despite what is claimed, information so far released, though classified, has caused no known harm to any individual, but it has caused plenty of embarrassment to our government.
They showed us what the most powerful institutions in the world are doing in our name. They showed us mass murders, they showed us corruption, they showed us torture, and they changed the world. Because we should be receiving more and more and more of these, because every time we get a release like this, we become a better society.
Everyone always seems to forget that the government works for you. You get the government in, and they are your employees. But how does that work if you don't know how government works? And so the cables were this extraordinary library that would inform the nation or inspire the nation and empower the nation. Knowledge is power, and it would give them the knowledge that allowed them to go out and make the choice that was the most informed choice for them.
Questions to consider. Do the American people deserve to know the truth regarding the ongoing war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen? Number two, could a larger question be, how can an Army private gain access to so much secret information? Number three, why is the hostility mostly directed at Assange, the publisher, and not our government's failure to protect classified information? Number four, are we getting our money's worth from the $80 billion per year we spend on intelligence gathering? Number five, which has resulted in the greatest number of deaths? Lying us into war, or WikiLeaks revelations, or the release of the Pentagon Papers? If Assange can be convicted of a crime for publishing information that he did not steal, what does this say about the future of the First Amendment and the independence of the Internet? Number seven, could it be that the real reason for the near universal attacks on WikiLeaks is more about secretly maintaining a seriously flawed foreign policy of empire than it is about national security? Number eight, is there not a huge difference between releasing secret information to help the enemy in the time of declared war, which is treason, and the releasing of information to expose our government lies that promote secret wars, death, and corruption? Number nine, was it not once considered patriotic to stand up to our government when it's wrong? Thomas Jefferson had it right when he advised, "Let the eyes of vigilance never be closed." And I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, welcome everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today. Today is World Press Freedom Day, an international celebration of fundamental journalistic principles and an opportunity to examine threats to journalism around the world. The Courage Foundation has convened this panel for an in-depth discussion on the case of WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Julian has been indicted on 18 charges, including 17 counts under the Espionage Act for the 2010-11 publication of the Iraq and Afghan war logs, the State Department cables, Guantanamo Bay detainee assessment briefs, and the video Collateral Murder. These are the first Espionage Act charges for any publisher, let alone a foreign national operating outside of the US. Press freedom groups and top newsrooms have widely condemned the Trump administration's indictment as an attack on journalism that would criminalize both publication of important information and of basic reporting activities such as journalist source communications. Today, Julian Assange remains in the high security Belmarsh prison in London, where he has been detained for over a year, as the Trump administration asks a British court to extradite him to the US to stand trial. To discuss the indictment and the dangers it poses to press freedom are two Pulitzer Prize winning journalists, both of whom reported on Edward Snowden's NSA revelations, as well as a press freedom advocate who has been monitoring Assange's legal proceedings in London. Joining us is Ewan McCaskill. He is the former defense and security correspondent for The Guardian, who covered WikiLeaks Cablegate disclosures in 2010. Ewan also reported on Edward Snowden's NSA revelations, and he interviewed Snowden in Hong Kong as he sought asylum. Ewan has met Julian Assange twice in the Ecuadorian embassy and was involved in the reporting on the Panama Papers and Paradise Papers. We'll be joined soon also by Barton Gelman. He is a staff writer for The Atlantic, one of 3 journalists who received the Snowden documents, and author of the forthcoming Dark Mirror, Edward Snowden and the American Surveillance State, which will be published on May 19th. And finally, we're joined by Rebecca Benson. She is UK Bureau Director of Reporters Without Borders, which tracks threats to journalism around the world and publishes a press freedom ranking every year. Rebecca attended the first week of Julian's extradition hearing in London as a press freedom monitor. Welcome, everybody, and thanks so much for joining us. Rebecca, I'll start with you. Can you talk about why Reporters Without Borders, your group, has been monitoring Julian Assange's case in particular, and what is the latest in his extradition hearing?
Sorry, unmuted now. There we go.
There we go.
So Reporters Without Borders works to promote and defend press freedom around the world. We're known internationally as Reporters Sans Frontières. So if I say RSF, that's why. We believe that Julian Assange has been targeted for his contributions to journalism, particularly contributions to public interest reporting. So we have defended his case vigorously and looked to highlight it at every relevant opportunity. I'll get into the trial monitoring in just a moment, but I wanted to mention the UK's ranking on our World Press Freedom Index, which just came out on the 21st of April. The UK has slipped to 35th out of 180 countries, and that is in part because of the treatment of Julian Assange during the calendar year 2019. In particular, the fact that he was sentenced to a disproportionately high 50 weeks for breaking bail, the continued detention of Mr. Assange, and the Home Office's decision to greenlight the US extradition case, which is now indeed a matter before the courts. So we monitored the February hearing. That was the first week in the proceedings of the US extradition hearing at the Woolwich Crown Court in London, during which legal arguments were heard. I am not personally a journalist. I attended as an NGO observer. This is something that we do in many countries. But the court did not make provisions for NGO observers. So how we gained access was actually queuing for the public gallery each morning. And I know some in the audience will have been through that experience as well. It was a very long and cold morning each day to even gain access to the court. And I want to note that I was joined as well by some of my colleagues from our international offices. Earlier in the week, our Secretary General Christophe Deloy and the head of RSF Germany, Christian Meir, along with some other colleagues. Now that's important because I want to note we treated it as an international trial monitoring mission, and that is unprecedented for us to do in a country like the UK. This is something we've done in other countries like Turkey, but frankly, to do that for a hearing in the United Kingdom shows the level of concern that we have here. And this is not something that should be happening really in a democratic country. Throughout the week, I was really alarmed by reports of mistreatment of Mr. Assange during that week, reports of mistreatment at Belmarsh prison, in fact. The defense reported that he had been excessively strip searched, moved holding cells a number of times, and his legally privileged documents seized. He did not appear well during the hearings. In fact, the judge many times had to stop and check that he could follow and that he was okay to proceed. For those who haven't been in courtrooms like this or who may not have a visual, he was held in a glass cage at the back of the courtroom, treated like a terrorist or a violent criminal, really, and unable to really hear properly. The public gallery, we were also in a glass box, sort of up, so we could see him, but we were across. So it was two panels of glass in the courtroom, sort of in between. What was really staggering to me in the legal case was the clear lack of evidence from the United States government for the things that it is accusing Mr. Assange of. And in fact, openly acknowledging that it has no evidence, particularly on the point that the argument that they make that he knowingly put sources at risk. But because of how extradition proceedings work, it actually may not matter in that sense legally that they don't have any evidence. It may still be sufficient grounds to hand him over to the US for him to be prosecuted there. I should note that we're really concerned about the charges brought by the United States, particularly under the Espionage Act. So this is a law that lacks a public interest defense that needs to be reformed, and that it is now increasingly being used against whistleblowers and other journalistic sources. This is something that has really been increasing under the Trump administration. We have other cases that we're working to defend there. But if prosecuted in the US, Mr. Assange would be the first publisher convicted under the Espionage Act, which would create a really distinctive chilling effect, I think, for journalists, for other media in the future that might think about publishing leaked information. So that's one of the reasons we're so concerned. We think that this case will set an international precedent, for better or for worse. It has really extremely dangerous implications for press freedom, for journalism everywhere. And the legal proceedings continue. Last week was the first time I had ever monitored a hearing remotely by a telephone because of the lockdown conditions. It was really not possible to adequately follow proceedings, and I think that highlighted the risk of a full trial resuming in these conditions. And so tomorrow there will be an administrative hearing. Actually, we're hoping that a date will be set that the 3 weeks of evidence that are scheduled to happen next will take place not in lockdown conditions, but where the press and professional observers can monitor normally, because this case is clearly of extremely high public interest. And for open justice, it is absolutely essential that we are able to scrutinize proceedings properly. I want to highlight as well our concerns related to Mr. Assange's health. There have been a growing number of reports of COVID-19 infections in Belmarsh prison, including reportedly the death of one inmate already. Now, Mr. Assange has a number of pre-existing medical conditions that the defense say put him at greater risk of serious complications if he is exposed to COVID-19. So we're calling again for his release. Now, we believe that he should be released full stop, but the health concerns presented by the pandemic actually increase the urgency of that. So he should be released. We continue to call on the UK not to extradite him to the United States. We continue to call on the United States to drop the charges against him. And one point I want to make clear, and I'm happy to get into any of this in the discussion, but one thing is, I know it's a very complex case, and it surprises me sometimes how polarized opinions can be. I wanted to state that it's really not a position of weakness to change one's mind. And I'm saying that to the general public, and I'm saying that as well to any policymakers who may be following, because what one thought 10 years ago, what one thought 2 years ago, does not necessarily have to determine your position forever in this case. One of the most convincing arguments that I've heard on this was the UN Special Rapporteur for Torture, Niels Meltzer, who speaks pretty openly about how he changed his mind on the case, how he was inclined to think one thing, and then the more he investigated the facts, was absolutely convinced that Julian Assange is being targeted for political reasons, that he has suffered the consequences of psychological torture, and other extremely worrying points there. I think it is worth considering why we think what we do about this case. If the things that one might believe to be true are in fact true, why do we think those things? Why do we not have other information? It's worth really vigorously examining that, especially to the media, especially to those who care about free expression and freedom of information. Now is really the time that we need to unite and really work for the defense of Mr. Assange, because regardless of what one might think of him or like him as a person or not, it doesn't matter. The implications for press freedom, for journalism around the world are significant, and those who believe in these values must stand up now and speak out.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Barton Gelman has joined us, and he is a staff writer for The Atlantic, and we'll come to him soon. But first, Ewan, when Assange was arrested on April 11, 2019, you tweeted this: terrible precedent if journalist publisher ends up in US jail for Iraq war logs and State Department cables, unquote. Can you talk about what that precedent would mean to you as a journalist who has reported on these very same documents?
You know, if Assange is extradited to the US, that will set a terrible precedent. May I just say at the start, echoing what Rebecca said, I'm embarrassed that the British courts are involved in this at all. And I'd hope that somewhere along the line, the British government or the British courts find their spine and reject this extradition request. It doesn't seem very likely to me. The idea of British courts sending somebody to a country where he faces the prospect of 170 years in jail for an act of journalism just appalls me. I mean, part of the reason for this is the sort of close relationship in intelligence gathering between the US and the UK. Britain is heavily reliant on the US for intelligence, and it's desperate to protect that relationship. So whenever America requests something, then Britain adopts this subservient role and just plays ball. To answer your question, I mean, what if this happens? You're basically getting the prospect of criminalizing national security reporting. I mean, Assange and WikiLeaks, there's a debate about whether he's a publisher or a journalist. A British court in 2017, Industrial Tribunal, Information Tribunal, looking at freedom of information requests by an Italian journalist, Stefania Marizzo, on Assange, ruled that WikiLeaks is a media organisation. So that sort of kills off that argument. So if Assange is to be prosecuted, then the journalists at The Guardian face prosecution. Journalists like Bart at The Post face prosecution. The New York Times, Der Spiegel, El País, they all reported on these, the 2010 diplomatic cables and Iraq war logs. I mean, one of the things that's sort of personally offensive about this is journalists like Bart and others are protected, constitutional protections in America. Like in Snowden, it was Bart and Glenn and Laura and myself and others involved in that. As Americans, Bart and Glenn and Laura have protections. Myself and other Guardian journalists wouldn't. And then just a final point, picking up on what Rebecca said about Assange's health. I haven't attended any of the court hearings, but when I saw him at the Ecuadorian embassy last year, he was in pretty poor health at that point. I was only in the embassy for probably a few hours. I went in twice. And people have the misconception, they think of embassy, they think of a big building with lots of rooms and elaborate staircases. It was basically a residential flat. It's fairly small, claustrophobic, oppressive. And the idea, I felt a sort of sense of depression after just sort of a couple of hours there, what it must have been like, what it did to him mentally and physically, being in there for years. You could see it in him at that time. I presume since he's ended up in Belmarsh prison, he would have had access to medical treatment. But I still think his health condition suffered as a result of his years in the embassy.
Thank you, Ewan. Barton Gelman, Ewan talked about the criminalization of national security reporting under the precedent established by this Assange indictment. So let me ask you about how that pertains to your case. You were one of 3 journalists who received Edward Snowden's documents and you published extensively on those files. If the Trump administration would to apply the Assange indictment to other journalists, would you and the Washington Post, where you published so much on this, be at risk?
First, I would just say, since we have him present here, Snowden gave documents also to Ewan. As I understand it, he got the some tens of thousands of GCHQ documents. So he was very much involved in this directly. Would I be at risk? Yeah, that's not, for purposes of other people's thinking, necessarily the biggest question here. It certainly is a live question for me. The the thing to understand about American freedom of the press law is that it has not been strictly the letter of the law that has protected American journalism and national security journalism in particular. It has been a sort of political legal consensus that there are some things we don't do. The language of the Espionage Act of 1917 is sloppy and extraordinarily broad, and it pertains to anything that could fit the definition, which is not defined, of national defense information. It doesn't even require that the information be formally classified. In fact, the classification system did not exist when it was passed. The innovation, if you want to call it that here, the very dangerous innovation of the Trump administration is that it is for the first time explicitly charging that publication of national defense information for the whole world to see constitutes espionage. Now, it was already a grotesque enough distortion that sources of journalists were prosecuted for espionage as a consequence of talking to a journalist or of providing information to a journalist. That tries to squeeze one thing entirely into another. When you talk to a journalist, you are hoping that the public at large will learn. You are most often motivated by your own idea of what is in the public interest. You don't want the information to be secret. You want it to be made known. If you're a spy, you're talking not to the public at large, but to one foreign government for the purpose of harming your own country, with the hope of keeping the information secret so that only this other spy agency has it. It's an entirely different transaction. But because we don't have an official Secrets Act, the US government has, for several decades now, and the first one was Daniel Ellsberg, tried to prosecute sources who spoke to journalists. That is to say, if you had lawful access to classified information and you then, which implies a promise not to share it with someone who doesn't have that, and then you tell a journalist, they called that espionage. As I say, they didn't have another handy law to prosecute it. That has already been the subject of quite a bit of criticism. What's new here in 3 of the counts against Assange is that mere publication by the journalist, or mere publication by anyone, because you don't have to be a journalist. The debate about whether Assange counts as a journalist or counts as a publisher is irrelevant to this. The element of the crime is simply publication of national defense information for the public, for the world to read. That is the crime in 3 of the counts in the indictment against Assange. That would be a complete game changer and extraordinarily dangerous. It was a question that the Washington Post and its lawyers explicitly considered when we first got the Snowden papers. We talked among ourselves and with our lawyers about the risk that we could be prosecuted for publication. And the lawyer said, quite correctly, this has never been done before. The law is broad and sloppy enough that someone could try to make the case. We think it would be unconstitutional, but we might lose. There's no guarantee that an appellate court, if Assange is prosecuted on this and convicted, no guarantee that an appellate court will say, you can't make it a crime to publish, because that has not been litigated specifically in a question like this. As I say, it has been a political legal consensus about what kind of society we want to be that has prevented these prosecutions in the past. And the Justice Department has crossed a big line by bringing this charge.
Ewan, let me ask you, you talked about not having the same constitutional protections as an American citizen would. Has this case made you wary of possibly travel to the US based on Assange's indictment?
No, I would say from the outset, when it comes to whistleblowers like Snowden and Chelsea Manning and Assange is a journalist publisher, I mean, they're the ones that suffer. On the whole, journalists like me emerge from stories like this fairly unscathed. When I said earlier about the intelligence relationship between the US and Britain, one of the peculiarities of this was that the overreaction of Britain to the Snowden story in a way that didn't happen in the US. I think most journalists know that officials from GCHQ, the British equivalent of NSA, came into the Guardian offices in the car park basement, oversaw the destruction of computers on which the Snowden stories had been written and filed. You could never have envisaged that happening to the New York Times or the Washington Post. I mean, because of what Daniel Ellsberg and the Pentagon Papers, then you have protections against that. On a personal note, I was put on the government watch list, and every time I flew into Britain or arrived by train, I was stopped. I was never had anything like that in America. I flew in and out and nobody ever bothered me. And the counter-terrorism at the Metropolitan Police launched an investigation into 2013 into the journalists involved in the Snowden. They didn't specify who. It might have been me, it might have been Glenn and Laura, it might have been Bart, it might have been the editor of The Guardian. We don't know. It just said into the journalists involved. And that it seems like extraordinary that it should be done under the counter-terrorism department doing it. And that investigation was only shelved last year. It ran from 2013 up to 2019, and it's been shelved. It hasn't actually been dropped. But I don't think they want a press freedom battle with The Guardian or the New York Times or Der Spiegel or anybody else. What they've done is they've gone to the most vulnerable person, and they see Assange is vulnerable partly for some of the reasons that Rebecca mentioned, his sort of lack of popularity. You know, a lot of people on the right disowned him early on. Then there were the Swedish allegations. That case has now been dropped. Then a lot of people on the left fell out with him because of what happened in 2016 and Hillary Clinton. So he doesn't have a lot of support. So maybe they thought he was an easy one to pick off. The same thing happened during the Snowden affair. People were carrying documents and files and around the world, and the one they picked on was David Miranda, Glenn Greenwald's partner, and you know, they argued he wasn't a journalist. So they go for what they see as easy pickings. The danger is that they'll come after other people afterwards.
And, you know, speaking of the Swedish case, Rebecca mentioned Niels Melzer earlier, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture. Well, he's looked into this case extensively, and his findings were one of the reasons he says he changed his opinion about Assange, because he even accessed the original Swedish police files. And what he saw, in his opinion, was basically a frame-up job and a completely overzealous prosecution, if you even want to call it that. Which is worth for people who are interested in the Swedish piece of this to look up what Niels Melzer has written. Rebecca, let me go back to you. In Reporters Without Borders 2020 World Press Freedom Index, the UK is ranked 35th and the US is ranked 45th. Both rankings explanations mention the detention and prosecution of Julian Assange. How important is this case globally? And can you talk more about what it means to punish a foreign journalist slash publisher for violating US laws, or allegedly violating US laws?
This case is extremely important internationally. And one thing that I've noted in our work on this is there seems to be a very different perception and position on Mr. Assange in the countries that are at the center of this, so the US and the UK, versus other parts of the world. There seems to be more interest by governments, by media in other countries in a more sympathetic way in many other countries than what we're seeing in the US and UK. I think that perhaps a reason for that is people find it hard to believe that their own governments could be responsible for basically political targeting of somebody in this way. But I really want to emphasize that in a way, it's that lack of public pressure, that lack of public accountability on these governments that allows them to move forward in this way. So we have called it out in our World Press Freedom Index in both countries, as you've mentioned. And while the case is part of that scoring as well, what's happening to Mr. Assange is not happening in a vacuum. We've seen really negative trends in both the US and UK for a number of years now. I've spoken a bit about the UK already, but I'd like to go to the US because the record is even worse there. Now, 45th was a slight improvement on the ranking the year prior, but I wanted to note that the situation did not improve in the US. The year prior, it was 48th, but that's because there had been a massacre in a newsroom, at the Capital Gazette newsroom in Maryland. So other trends continued to get worse during the year. And it was this hostile approach of the Trump administration towards the media in general. So I don't think it is unfathomable that others could be targeted in this way. And I think that the reason that Mr. Assange is being singled out in this way is precisely that chilling effect. Yes, he's more vulnerable, perhaps, than a journalist that's considered resolutely a journalist that is with an established media outlet. But I think it's very clearly intended to send a signal to those particularly that would seek access to leaked documents, and then to publishers that would in turn then disseminate them publicly. But I think what we need to bear in mind is the public interest implications of this reporting, and that needs protection. And I think we need to step in now before we have many more examples of this. It is not impossible for this to continue. And I think, in fact, if they are successful, we will see a rapid acceleration in such cases. Either that or complete chilling effect, widespread self-censorship, which would be in some ways even more difficult to counter over time. But I don't think it is going to be an isolated incident either way.
Pardon, you touched on this earlier, but let me ask you to talk about it a little bit more. While many of the charges deal with obtaining the documents and conspiracy to publish, there are 3 counts that specifically are known as, quote, pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. Can you put these charges in a historical context and just talk about why they are specifically concerning? Barton? Can Barton hear me?
I'm so sorry. My signal cut out for part of that. Could you summarize the last half of the question?
Oh yeah, just 3 of these counts are known as pure publication charges, explicitly for publishing. So I was wondering if you could put those charges in a historical context and why they're so worrying.
The historical context is there's never been such a law. There has never been a law that forbade publication. There was an attempt to censor publication in the Pentagon Papers case. These were historical volumes that were classified information that Daniel Ellsberg leaked first to the New York Times, then to the Washington Post. The US government attempted to order those newspapers not to publish. It was the first attempt under First Amendment doctrine. It's known as prior restraint. And the Supreme Court, in a mixed up opinion, held that there could be no prior restraint, that the First Amendment simply allowed publication, full stop. There were concurring opinions, and I think it may even have been a plurality of the court that held that the inability to restrain publication in advance did not mean that you could not punish publication after the fact. We know that's true in, for example, in libel cases, but there has never been an attempt to prosecute someone for publication of a secret because the government said it was secret. It simply never happened. And if it did happen, if Assange were convicted of this and the conviction were upheld, then it would be easier to take a less unpopular protagonist, like a reporter for the Washington Post, as I was for a long time, and say it's clearly established under United States against Assange that publication is a crime, according to this or that citation, and Mr. Gelman has done the same thing, took something that he knew was properly classified, and he published it anyway for the world to see, and thereby damaged the United States. And they are presuming in the indictment that publication is done with the knowledge that it will harm the interests of the United States. The presumption is supposed to come from the fact that it had a classified stamp on it. So there's simply nothing that would stop them from prosecuting an American journalist, at the New York Times or the Washington Post or CBS News or anywhere else for exactly the same crime. And I mean, I say all this as someone who is emphatically not a defender of Julian Assange in all respects. We have profound differences. There are many things he's done that I don't agree with. I am saying that basic principles of press freedom are very much on his side in this case.
Ewan, you were speaking before about the links between the UK and US intelligence services. Are you familiar with the reports that the CIA used a Spanish company to spy on Assange inside the embassy? And if so, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I just know a little about it. I think there's a court case underway in Spain. You're looking at that, but I think, like lots of things, it's been put on hold because of the coronavirus, and it's been sort of, it will come to fruition, maybe once when the virus dies down. I mentioned that Italian journalist, Stefania Marizzo, when she went in to see Julian Assange in the embassy, I'm pretty sure that her visit, she was recorded, and so other prominent people who'd gone in to see Assange, they were sort of secretly recorded. So there's something to answer there. Precisely, the suggestion is that these recordings are at the behest of the CIA, but I don't know if there's any firm evidence of that. I certainly haven't got it.
Barton, I want to ask you about another charge, where Assange is basically indicted for his communications with Chelsea Manning, and they accuse him of conspiring to try to crack a password. What are the implications to you of this charge for how journalists communicate with their sources?
That charge, in honesty, has the smallest implications for journalists at large. There's an important factual dispute, as I understand it, between the U.S. government and Assange's defense about what he actually did. If he were tried and convicted based on factual evidence that he actually participated in breaking down the digital defenses of a U.S. government system, that would not be a charge for journalism itself. From what I've read, the evidence is dubious about whether he actually did that and whether he actually made a difference or intended to make a difference in the breakdown of the defenses. But the charge itself, in principle, is not the same as charging him for journalism.
Ewan, do you have thoughts on this about what the implications of the Assange indictment are for journalist source communications?
The world changed after Assange. At the time, people weren't engaged in encryption, and a lot of journalists weren't tech savvy, and that all changed after Snowden, and now it's sort of natural for most journalists to use sort of Signal and encrypted chat and all the things that Assange did, asking people to send information to WikiLeaks. We all do that now. The Guardian's get secure drop, and New York Times do similar things. So we've learned those lessons. My understanding was that, like Bart, I think I've seen nothing to suggest that Assange prompted Chelsea Manning, was giving advice on how to, break in and get more material. It was simply talking about how to protect his own anonymity.
I should add that
fantastic crowd I can see from up here. Thank you so much for staying all the way through the morning. I can see the Croydon Trade Union Council banner there. Thanks very much for coming down. Special thanks to the Public and Commercial Services Union Samba Band. Fantastic to see you. Really lifted the morning. Thanks for coming down. They'll be leading the march later on this afternoon. Now, the first speaker I've got to introduce to you is Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian Assange's brother. He's been following this case. He's been leading the campaigning internationally and especially in Australia. Gabriel, tell us what's been going on this morning.
Hey everyone, thanks again for coming out and braving the weather. Amazing turnout again. It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom and our rights. Because what was going on in there is the prosecutors telling us that journalism is a threat to democracy. And whistleblowing is a threat to democracy. Our right to know is a threat to democracy. So shame on them and free Julian Assange.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. Now, the next speaker really is a pleasure to introduce. I met him a couple of years back when he was the first Australian MP to come across to Britain to visit Julian Assange in Belmarsh. We met with British parliamentarians at that time. But since that visit, he has been central to the transformation of Australian politics on the question of Julian Assange, campaigning relentlessly until there is not only cross-party support for Julian Assange, but the whole of the Australian Parliament saying what the world knows to be true, and that is enough in the case of Julian Assange. Please give a huge London welcome to Andrew Wilkie MP.
Who remembers collateral murder? Who can forget
that grainy black and white image of an American attack helicopter gunning down innocent Iraqis and Reuters journalists. Who can remember that? And we have this madness that the man who told the truth, who provided hard evidence of US war crimes, he's the one in front of a court. It should have been the pilots of that helicopter. But some common sense has broken out. At least now the Australian Parliament has finally voted. The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family. Because Julian Assange is the hero here, not the villain.
Now, astoundingly, through all this time, despite the imprisonment of Julian Assange, Wikileaks has continued to do its work. And its editor-in-chief is Christian Harfagson. He's been following this case as well as keeping the reporting alive. Please give him a warm welcome.
It was absolutely amazing to be in the courtroom this morning. I was not in the actual courtroom yesterday, but in a side room where I couldn't hear anything. Now I was in the actual courtroom and I still couldn't hear anything. So at least you're getting closer. You can see the reaction from the two judges and you see the backhead of the lawyer representing the US government. So what was he putting forth there? Absolutely nothing new. It was, as we were offered to lunch on a leftover smorgasbord from last month. We've heard it all before, and it's all been refuted, not just in the courtrooms, but with new evidence that was totally disregarded. So they had nothing new to offer, but the old arguments that have been refuted. But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention, thanks to you probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here, because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting Julian Assange. Let's free him. Let's free Assange now.
It really is an astounding view from up here. I wish you could all see yourselves. It's a fantastic turnout. I actually think that the crowd today is bigger than we were yesterday. I hope you're all ready to march this afternoon at the end of the court hearing. So stay around and get ready to march later this afternoon. And remember, all that's being asked for here is a full hearing in a high court. There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century. and leading the campaign to make sure that that is not the case, that it is not left to the judgment of a single lowly magistrate, has been Julian Assange's wife, Stella Assange.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalist who exposed them. Julian is a truth teller, he is a political prisoner, and the world is watching these courts and how they deal with this case. Please be here and come and march to Downing Street after the proceedings are over this afternoon. Thank you.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! And there is now no better person to tell you about why that should be the case than Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
Just a few things. Sorry? Just a few things. Julian has spent in one form of incarceration and another, over 14 years. Julian has spent over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man, no charges laid. Are you good with that? No! I just want to thank you all for coming and thank you for your strength and understanding, as I do, that all genius ascends from the people, ascends from us upward. And it is us, in the manifestation of the Australian Parliament, declaring that Julian Assange must be brought home, has shown our courage manifested in the parliamentary declaration. Is that not magnificent? See you this afternoon for the march.
Welcome back to London, the High Court and the extradition hearing of Julian Assange. I am with Stella Assange, Julian's wife and legal advisor, human rights lawyer. We're gonna discuss what happened today. Stella, your thoughts on today?
Well, we're in a small courtroom. The technical difficulties are just inexplicable. They've had 2 months to prepare. Half the room can't hear what's going on. And it was the day for the US arguments, which are basically just repeating the US Pentagon talking points from 2010. And their argument is, don't question what the prosecutors say. That's for the US courts to decide. And all the evidence that the defense has brought about plans to kill Julian, plans to kidnap him, spying on his lawyers and so on, you just set that aside because we don't want to offend our allies. But the judges are engaged, I'd say, certainly more engaged than the initial judge who just did a 3-page ruling saying there were no arguable points. Well, these judges are at least looking at the points. They're asking questions. So that's basically what's happened.
So we've not seen Julian in the hearing. What is happening to Julian? How is he?
Well, he's unwell, and he's so unwell that he's not able to assist the hearings. Of course, if he hadn't been in Belmarsh prison, he would be here today in person, attending his hearings, because of course his life hangs in the balance. But consider how severe things are, how bad things are, that this is the final hearing in the UK, unless there's a change of course, and his extradition could come down within the week, and he is so unwell that he is unable to be here.
Stella, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Stella Assange, human rights lawyer and wife of Julian Assange. I believe we have somebody else to be interviewed. No, not yet. We'll come back when we have the next interviewee.
Now, the password cracking allegation. There are plenty of other charges against Assange that raise troubling questions and that increase risks for ordinary journalists who cover national security under US jurisdiction. Assange is charged with soliciting and receiving classified information. That's what I do for a living. Not always classified, but I solicit and I receive information. I ask questions and I hope to obtain answers. And where there's evidence available, I try to get the evidence. So those are inherently repertorial behaviors that Assange was engaging in as well.
Rebecca, do you have any comments on this?
I think it's another example of an area that actually we haven't seen any evidence. And so that is the common theme throughout all of these charges against Mr. Assange, is that there does not seem to be concrete evidence. The US government is aggressively targeting him on the basis of things that it alleges he has done, whilst also acknowledging that it has no evidence yet of such. And that, to me, is where the UK dropped the ball. The government had the opportunity to stop this. The Home Office did not have to greenlight this decision. This does not have to be an active matter before the court, which it is now. It was within the UK's power to not accede to this request. They could have offered him protections or even allowed him to claim asylum in another country. So I think it's trickier now that it is a matter ongoing before the court, but we continue to call for his release. He should be released. He should not be handed over to the US to face these charges. And just to touch on the allegations of surveillance inside the embassy as well, it is extremely alarming to think that journalists' devices could be accessed and interfered with in the manner that has been accused, and we will be following the outcome of the court procedures in Spain very closely. But I also wanted to note that some of the information that was also compromised were his meetings with his own lawyers in that context, which is really concerning for the legal case, that the US government possibly had recordings of his own conversations with his defense team. And when you look at behaviors that continue, even as I mentioned.
Welcome back to London, the Royal Courts of Justice, where the Julian Assange extradition hearing is taking place. I'm here with Andrew Wilkie, I'm sorry, MP of Australia, tireless campaigner of Julian. So, Andrew, why are you here in London?
I feel it's very important that an Australian parliamentarian is here today to bear witness and also to show support for Stella and for Julian and for Wikileaks, I would add, and to bring the message that the Australian Parliament now is overwhelmingly supportive of the idea that this matter has gone on far too long and should be brought to an end. Now that might not sound like much to some people, but it's actually a big deal for the whole, for the Australian Parliament now to be of that view. I think that sends a very powerful signal to Washington. So when when people in Washington are thinking about how to resolve this, as it has to be resolved, they know where we stand, and maybe it just adds a little bit of weight to the push for a political resolution. Because let's face it, this has always been an intensely political matter. You've got Chelsea Manning's out of jail. Not a single newspaper editor or publisher who published that material back around 2010, not one of them's been charged. The fact that one man has been singled out, the way Julian is being singled out, it just, I think, goes to show how intensely political this is. And for that reason, how important a political resolution is.
There was a landmark resolution passed in Parliament. Can you describe what it is and what can be achieved with that?
Yeah. Wednesday last week in the House of Representatives, that's the Australian lower house, where the government is formed, like the House of Commons here, I moved a motion. It was pretty soft, pretty straightforward, although it did refer to shocking evidence of shocking misconduct by the US. So it did have that hard point in it. I successfully pushed it through the House. It was successful, 86 votes yes, 42 votes no. Sadly, almost the whole of the Australian Conservative opposition voted against it, but still, it was the first time a motion in support of Julian has passed the Australian Parliament. And I think that signals a seismic shift in Australia at the political level, that this matter, it's just madness. It's gone on too long, regardless of what you think of Julian. And I'll be straight, some of the people who voted for that motion don't have much time for Julian, but even they would agree this has gone on far too long and must be brought to an end.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's Andrew Wilkie, MP in Australia and old rock star in the Australian politics.
What about that?
Thank you. I think next we will have John Rees, head of the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, now called Free Assange campaign. John, what did we see today in court?
Well, it's the Americans' attempt to defend the indefensible, and the indefensible is the idea that the American Espionage Act can be used to redefine journalism as spying. Not only that it should redefine journalism and spying, but it should have an extraterritorial reach so that journalists outside the United States, who aren't United States citizens in any country in the world, can be accused of the United States as a spy and then find themselves extradited to the United States and put on trial under their Espionage Act. So that would be a massive extension. It would mean that the United States could accuse any journalist of any nationality in any part of the world of spying and have them do what they're trying to do to Julian Assange, which is to bring him to the US and bang him up in jail for tens of years at any rate.
Now this is a hearing to ask for permission to appeal. What is the best outcome for Julian? Is there a best outcome? Because he passed a lot of time inside prison, even if he wins.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, obviously he should be released, but that's something that is only in the gift of the Biden administration in the United States, which could drop the charges, and then he would walk out of prison a free man immediately. But if that isn't going to happen, the very least that natural justice should demand is that a high court, that is a court that has competent judges, should be able to hear this case. That hasn't happened. The only full hearing that the Assange case has ever had is in a magistrate's court in this country. That's the lowest court in this country. That's where you go if you parked your car in the wrong place or have got a speeding fine. That's what those courts hear. They don't hear the most important freedom of press cases of the 21st century. That should automatically have been the business of a high court.
Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
I believe now we have co-founder of Declassified, Matt Kennard, all-round rock star as well in the journalism world. Matt, you were in the court today. What's your take on what you saw?
Well, firstly, again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but we couldn't hear the proceedings for the first 20 minutes, and they had to stop the whole proceedings again and fix the sound, which is outrageous because the judge even started the proceedings by saying we apologise for the problems yesterday. It's not acceptable, and then it happened again. So that happened, and then the US made their case, or made some of their case, and basically it revolved around trying to separate Assange from a conventional journalist. So her argument was he's not a journalist, he's not protected by all the different legislation that should protect journalists because he's a hacker, he's a computer guy. And it's ridiculous because you have a situation where a journalist exposed more wrongdoing by the world's most powerful country than anyone's ever done in history. So he's more a journalist than anyone. But that is how the US is trying to fight the case. I mean, I didn't find it very convincing, and I know I'm probably a bit biased, but I really didn't find it convincing. But we don't know how it's going to go because the judges, as we've documented a lot of Declassified, are embedded in the British establishment. So they are they're from the same cloth as the ministers who want to get him. They're from the same cloth as the intelligence agencies that want to get him. So I don't know if we're going to get an independent judge to actually decide the case on its merits, because obviously today they're going to decide, or over the next coming weeks they're going to decide whether Assange has the right to appeal the original ruling. Of course, any justice system worth its name would allow someone who is going to be sent to another country for the rest of his life for the crime of journalism should have an appeal against that, but we might not even get that. But I'm hopeful from what I saw in the court, but I'm not hopeful as well because of what I know about the British justice system and how it's treated Assange from the start.
And we've talked about this yesterday, Matt, but it's important to recall you've documented irregularity after irregularity. Please talk to us about that again.
I mean, there's just so much irregularity. It's also just so much clear interference in this case by the political system. Now, you know, like one of the tenets of a democratic society is the independent judiciary that operates independent of political control. And you've seen again and again in this case, the political system has had clear influence on the legal system. I mean, one example which I mentioned yesterday was one of the judges was is one of the best friends of the minister who orchestrated his arrest. Another one we did was that 15 UK government staff were deployed on a secret operation to seize Julian Assange from the embassy, from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, asylum is Ecuador's a friendly country, number one. Asylum is a right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He was clearly being persecuted by the United States, evidence today, and ever since they issued their indictment. So why is the UK government deploying 15 staff on an operation to seize him from the legitimate asylum? It makes no sense, and it's outrageous. But again, that revelations which we published in Declassified has not been covered by a single mainstream media organisation. So no one knows that the government was actively involved in the operation to get Assange. No one knows about it. So in that case, do we live in a democracy? If you have a media which is not informing its citizens about some of the most high-stakes stuff that there possibly is. We're talking about the death of journalism if this guy goes to the United States. If they're not being informed. We don't live in a democratic society. We don't have a democratic media. We don't have a free press. It's all an illusion. And I think that's what this Assange case has shown. It also has shown exposed the justice system. Because even someone like me, I don't interact with the justice system that much. But going into court, seeing how they prepare this case, seeing that they put everyone in a tiny courtroom so there's not enough space for the press, seeing that they put all the press at the back of another court with a grainy video 25 feet away and audio that doesn't work. It's outrageous. It's embarrassing to be British to see that. This is the most important press freedom case maybe in history because of the extraterritorial reach it gives the United States, and yet no one can access it. Outrageous. We need open justice. We need an independent judiciary, and we need to stop this extradition to protect not just Assange, but protect all of us and protect our freedoms.
Matt, thank you very much. We'll be back after the court recesses. We'll try to access the court again and keep on trying to bring you the latest stuff, regardless of whether they have a crappy audio or more process abuse. We'll be here to report as much as we can.
Christian Harfordson, the editor-in-chief of Wikileaks, is now going to give you his take on what's been happening today, and then we'll be working through a few guest speakers before we go.
Today, Julian's lawyers were presenting the arguments against his extradition, the arguments that they do want a chance to present in a full appeal. And it's so amazing that you should have to go through all this to get a chance to have these arguments presented in an appeal court. It should be a given thing, but it's not a given thing. We still have to wait for a decision by these two judges here. Each and all of the arguments presented here today by Julian's lawyers would in itself suffice in a normal country to stop the extradition. How can you send Julian Assange to a country which wanted him dead and openly discussed the ways and means to do so? That's outrageous. That should in itself be sufficient. All the other arguments that pile on top of it just strengthen the case. The fact that it was a spying done on his legally privileged communication, tainting his possibility to have a fair trial in the United States, should in itself be enough and sufficient. I could keep on going about the legal arguments presented here to the two judges today. Such arguments that it would be in any normality in a civilized country absolutely impossible to come to other conclusion that at least allow him the opportunity to go through the appeal process. My hope is with you, that you can persuade the judges to finally listen to the argument. You tell them you are watching, your eyes are upon them. You will be their judges. If they want to be on the right side of history and not go down the drain, they need to listen to you.
The persecution and the attempted extradition of Julian Assange is all about stopping the truth, because they don't want the truth to be out there, because they behave badly. They're still behaving like colonialists. Their mindset is still colonialist, and that too has been exposed in Ukraine and in Gaza. Western imperialism is still on the march, and Julian Assange had the audacity to expose the fact that they commit war crimes morning, noon and night to achieve their ambitions. Well, you know what? The people of the world are waking up. The people of the world have had enough of them.
Because we represent the voices of truth, the voices of freedom, and the voices of resistance. And that is why Julian Assange is in that court.
So there is a risk that Julian could face further charges once in the United States, and that the conduct as described on the indictment could in fact be used to form the basis of a charge under the Espionage Act that could attract the death penalty, and that's prohibited by the Extradition Act. So it was a long day in court. We heard a lot of very complicated legal arguments, but I think that the judges were receptive. I think it's difficult for the US to answer some of these arguments. Of course, we heard today that a number of these points could have been dealt with by the US in terms of assurances, whether we talk about they could have given an assurance that they will not charge him in ways once returned to the United States that would attract the death penalty. They could have given assurances that he will benefit from the First Amendment, and they will not ask a judge to say that he won't benefit. We haven't had any of that from the United States. So they're going to have to grapple with that in terms of their legal arguments. I think we'll hear a lot about the US current prosecution strategy, which I think is a grave concern for all journalists. This is a US administration and a Department of Justice who in this case is prosecuting a case that protected what we would consider to be Article 10 protected activity is a crime.
What happened inside I thought was quite promising. There were two lawyers arguing for Assange, and they went over the basic tenets of the case, which is that this is a political prosecution, which is outlawed by the US-UK extradition treaty of 2003. You can't extradite people for political offences. And he's charged mostly under the Espionage Act of 1917. And espionage itself, case law has shown, is a political offence. So at heart, it should be struck out. They also went through the arguments about how it contravenes the European Convention on Human Rights. One of them, Article 7, is about foreseeability, which is that no publisher has ever been prosecuted by the United States for publishing state secrets. That's never happened. This would be the first prosecution under that. So in 2010, when Assange started publishing the cables, there was no way he could have known he could have been prosecuted for it because there was no precedent for it.
I think that the arguments made by the defence today were quite compelling, and the issues raised certainly merit full consideration in a proper hearing. It was really refreshing to be back on the broader substance of the case, because for the past 3 years, proceedings became more and more narrowly focused only on mental health issues or prison conditions in the US. So today we heard arguments again on the political nature of the case, the fact that that this is the first time that journalistic activity has been targeted this way by the Espionage Act. We heard for the first time really in court about the shocking CIA assassination plot against Assange, and that's one of those things that if it were any other case, I think would have drew a far stronger reaction than it did, but somehow it gets dismissed here. It deserves examination by a court. So what I walk away from today saying very much is we need a full hearing.
We have never been able at any point to rely on the political establishment or the court system to defend Julian Assange. This has been a work that we've had to do ourselves. This has been about people power. But every movement produces the spokespeople it deserves. And this is a good movement. And in Stella Assange, it has produced an exceptional leader.
So today was a day of legal arguments, but really what it was an indictment of a rogue agency, the Central Intelligence Agency, which it pops up in each of the arguments. Whether it was Julian exposing their torture program and their involvement in illegal killings, or their own plots to murder him. Throughout, the origin of this prosecution came about when the CIA head, Mike Pompeo, lost the plot. He lost the plot, and then he instrumentalized his agency to go after a media organization, to plot the murder of a journalist, and to imprison a publisher in London. They lost the plot. It is rogue, it is out of control, and now it is targeting the press. Whatever happens in the coming days, it's now been aired in court. The murder plot, the political motivation coming out of Mike Pompeo's obsession with killing Julian, and the murders that Julian exposed in Iraq and Afghanistan, the torture program that European countries willingly participated in. We free Julian, we regain our democracy.
Were his meetings with his own lawyers in that context, which is really concerning for the legal case, that the US government possibly had recordings of his own conversations with his defense team. And when you look at behaviors that continue, even as I mentioned in February, that week of the hearing at Woolwich Crown Court, reports of his legally privileged documents being confiscated by prison authorities, it seems that at a very basic level, his ability to have adequate defense is not being respected. So, and now that is one of the reasons that the defense is also requesting for this hearing to be adjourned, is because they have not had access to him for over a month now in prison. They're not able to meet with him. They're not able to discuss these things properly. And so they've argued that they're not sufficiently prepared for the hearing to continue. So the legal defense aspect of this is extremely important as well, because at a minimum, he does deserve to have robust legal defense. And these are things that will be examined on appeal if this carries on.
Can I just pick up on Rebecca's point?
Yeah.
I mean, the idea in Britain is that the courts are independent of the political system, and supposedly the same is true of the US. But the reality is these things are political decisions. In 1998, the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet was on a visit to Britain, and there was extradition came from the Spain. So they started extradition hearings in the UK. That was under a Labour government, and they felt strongly about what happened in Chile after Allende. If Thatcher and the Tories had still been in power at that point, we'd never have had an extradition hearing. And the Conservatives are in power now. If Labour were in power, maybe this wouldn't be going ahead. Maybe they would because of the closeness of the intelligence relationship, but maybe not. In America, the Obama administration looked at the Assange case and decided not to go ahead with prosecution. Then Trump comes in and they decide to go ahead. That to me suggests a political decision. I don't know what prompted them. Wikileaks in 2016 or 2017 released documents from the CIA, Vault 7. And I don't know if that was what sort of prompted them to come after him again.
Let me ask Rebecca about this question. Based on the fact that the Obama administration already looked at the same evidence, decided against prosecution, Trump comes in, and as you say, there is no new evidence and no even discernible evidence from what you've seen so far. Does this qualify in the views of Reporters Sans Frontières as a political prosecution?
It certainly makes it look political. But I do want to say that the negative press freedom trends in the United States didn't start with the Trump administration. So the Obama administration did not have a great record on these issues either. In fact, some of the whistleblower persecution that we're still seeing ongoing started under the Obama administration. And the downward trajectory in our World Press Freedom Index certainly started in that era too. But it is correct that Obama had chosen not to move forward on this case, and Trump has, in parallel to other hostility towards the media, a lot of cause for concern across the press freedom climate. And as I mentioned earlier, prosecution of whistleblowers under the Espionage Act. So this does appear to be a really disturbing trend, and absolutely one that is political.
Barton, do you have any thoughts on this? Ewan talked about possibly the motive here on the part of the Trump administration being revenge or retaliation for WikiLeaks publishing the CIA's Vault 7 documents. Mike Pompeo, after he became Secretary of State, took a very aggressive stance toward WikiLeaks, calling it a hostile, non-state intelligence organization, basically. Do you have any sense of what the political motive is here on the Trump administration's part?
The Vault 7, as Ewan mentioned, might be the most consequential of the leaks in terms of national security. There has been a feeling in the career intelligence and defense services for some years, and also especially in the on the conservative side in American politics, that journalists have gone too far, that old restraints in terms of publishing classified information, the days when journalists would hold back classified information are gone, and that journalists have become much more aggressive and much more frequently in publishing state secrets. There is some justice to that. There are a larger number of publications of state secrets. Journalists no longer take the word of government as much as they did about what would do damage and what would not. Albeit in almost all cases among journalism organizations, we will still hear out the government and hold back information that we are convinced is damaging. And so in the Snowden papers, there's a great deal that was never published, not by me and not by anyone else either. There was a feeling that there were things that should not see the light of day that would self-evidently do harm. But there's a sense that journalists have been crossing lines and need to be pushed back. And so they've been happy to make examples of sources to try to cut off our oxygen. And now what is especially troubling about the Assange prosecution is that it is taking behaviors that are integral, normal, inherent in, and not optional for journalists, and criminalize those. And so I may or may not differ with Rebecca on this, so I'm not sure I heard her correctly, but if the idea is that there's no evidence for any of the charges against Assange, I would disagree, and that's actually what makes them so troubling. There seems on the face of it to be evidence that he received classified information, and evidence that he published classified information. It's all in the open public record, and evidence in the indictment, if it's accurate, that he requested the information from Chelsea Manning. Those are all things that it seems to me clear he did, and those are all things that a journalist does. And it's the criminalization of those things, not the lack of evidence, that troubles me.
Ewan, let me ask you about the response of your journalistic colleagues. Do you think that there's been a sufficient level of outcry, especially from the outlets like The Guardian and the New York Times, that have published WikiLeaks' disclosures?
Sure. I've been really disappointed in the response of the journalistic community in the US and UK. And part of the reason, I was in America at the time of publication of the cables, and that's partly why I feel an obligation to take an interest in Assange now. We benefited from those leaks, so I feel an obligation to stand with Assange now. I phoned a friend in the US who's usually quite he's on the left, liberal, about a year ago, and said Julian Assange, I'd no sooner get the words out, and he says, don't want to hear about it, don't want to talk about him. And there seems to be, I think Rebecca touched on it, real antipathy in the US towards Assange from left and right. And it's maybe not quite as polarized here, but there is a high level of dislike for him. There has been a change. The Guardian and Assange fell out soon after Cablegate, but the editor at the time, Alan Rusbridger, as soon as this prosecution began and he was arrested, Alan wrote a piece which said that he and Assange had fallen out, and Assange really disliked Alan and disliked The Guardian. But in spite of that, this case is too big. It's too important precedent. It's too dangerous for journalists. So Alan was saying Assange doesn't deserve this, and all journalists should unite against it. But sadly, we don't see much sign of lots of journalists coming on board behind Assange. I don't think they realise the threat. Well, what you need is people in the streets, massive public support outside the court hearings, and lots of articles in the media, lots of coverage on TV. I'd hope that might happen once prosecution got underway, but there's very little sign of it in the UK.
It's a sign to me that the demonization campaign against Assange has been successful in some respects, and that's why it's important to push back on it. Rebecca, let me ask you about this. What's your sense of how journalists have responded to Assange's prosecution?
I think it's very different country to country. And so there's been a really robust interest, I think, specifically this year around court proceedings from the continent, I think from Germany, from France, really robust attention. It has been a struggle to capture media attention in the UK. That's part of what I do in my job, is even just trying to get our own materials out. There does seem to be a bit of reluctance at a minimum to pick up the case. it was the hearing in February was attended widely. In fact, the media annex was full, and that included journalists from the UK, the US, and other parts of the world. But it seems to pick up more robust reporting from elsewhere. I think, in particular, in television, there were a number of Australian news outlets there. I'm not sure that it even made any news coverage in terms of television news coverage here in the UK at all. And that's something that really would make a big difference in the case going forward, is just a bit more attention, a bit more scrutiny, a bit more sort of beyond just the immediate headlines on this. I think it's time that there is probably a bit of fatigue now from those who have stuck with this for 10 years, right? But a lot of the people who will cover this kind of thing now on their beat weren't involved at that time. And I think there's a need for a greater understanding, at least even on a background level, before we get into the hearing resuming. And that will require really intense scrutiny. That's expected to be 3 full weeks of evidence. So that will be witnesses coming forward to testify, and that will be really crucial. So I think one thing we would call for is for that attention, for the media everywhere to pay attention to that and to report robustly and ask tough questions as well from both sides.
All right, so we're going to wrap up. And I'll just ask everybody to make some closing remarks, whatever they want to impart with us as we wrap up. So Barton, we'll start with you.
It's very simple. When governments overreach and they try to criminalize behavior that has not been a crime before, they always choose someone who is considered to be not a very sympathetic defendant, and they make precedent that way, and the precedent damages everyone. So I do think that whatever one's personal feelings about Julian Assange, or even WikiLeaks as a whole, the threat to press freedom in this case has to be taken seriously.
Thanks, Bart. Ewan.
I said I was in Washington when the Cablegate cables were leaked. And I went to the State Department the day of the leak. Hillary Clinton did a press conference, and I remember she was really angry. And the officials round about her were angry at the Guardian. And they're talking about the disruption and the danger to sources, and that people would get killed. And I remember the political reaction in the US. People like Senator Lindsey Graham saying there'd be blood in their hands. And the same thing happened after Snowden. And in none of these cases did this happen. There was disruption, but as far as I know, no one died as a result of the cables that were released. I think if they had been, the US would have let us know about it by now. And so you look at the other side of this. I mean, what were because of the cables, we saw the abuses of the US in Iraq and Afghanistan, the relationship with dictators in the Middle East, spying on the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, a whole host of stories that changed our view of US foreign policy, or at least confirmed the views we had. This was an enormous benefit to people around the world. It's been suggested that contributed to the Arab Spring. The idea that Assange is going to be prosecuted for something that, such a great journalistic scoop is just totally abominable.
And finally, Rebecca Benson.
I think I would return to the point that I made towards the start, which is the idea of changing one's mind. It really isn't a position of weakness. And I would urge everybody who has strong opinions on the case, who may be predisposed to not support this case, to question that, to seek out more information, to really challenge any preconceptions about this, and to question what, I think it was Ewan who mentioned earlier, what kind of society do we want to live in? In whose interest is it if Julian Assange is handed over to the United States and sentenced to possibly 175 years in prison? In whose interest is it if he is left to die in Belmarsh prison with COVID infections all around him? I am a dual national US-UK. This is certainly not what I would expect of either of my countries. And that's not the sort of society that I want to live in, regardless of what I do professionally or not. And I would just encourage everybody to have a think about that and to be open to possibly changing one's mind. And actually, one point there too, to those who have been involved in the fight for justice for Julian Assange this entire time too, to possibly be open to others coming over who haven't been there the whole time. I think there is a need for broader support, and attacking people who might not have always said the same thing, or who may have a different vision on some aspects of the case than those who have always been with it isn't helpful at this point in time either. What we need is more voices calling for justice in this case, and for our own obligations as societies to be upheld, rather than sort of now looking at who's done what until this point and that sort of thing. And that includes the question of, is he a journalist or is he not? I 100% am in agreement with the fact that that doesn't really matter. It's why has he been targeted and what is going to happen now. So I think a bit of understanding would help tremendously in that regard.
I want to thank our panelists so much for joining us. Rebecca Vincent, UK Bureau Director of Reporters Without Borders. Barton Gelman, staff writer for The Atlantic, author of the new book out this month, Dark Mirror, Edward Snowden and the American Surveillance State. And Ewan McCaskill, the former defense and security correspondent for The Guardian. Thank you all so much. Thanks also to Nathan Fuller and the Courage Foundation for organizing this event. The Courage Foundation hosts Julian Assange's defense site at defend.wikileaks.org. So go there for all the information on Julian Assange's defense. Thanks everybody for tuning in today, and please stay safe.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalist who exposed them.
But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention, thanks to you probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch.
So I thought about some of the others who have spent long periods in jail. The Alfred Dreyfuses, the Nelson Mandelas, the Birmingham Sixers. And I found myself thinking, the thing about their cases is their names resonate decades, centuries after they were in prison, because the achievements that they made, either during their lifetimes or by their example, have benefited humanity for decades afterwards. And I have no doubt that if not already, the name of Julian Assange will join that distinguished roll call.
We're just witnessing 80 journalists being killed in Gaza. They are brave journalists who are doing their best to report. But do you know what? If Julian goes down for this, every other journalist around the world is going to say, let's be a bit careful, don't start questioning any military, particularly the US military.
I want to quote
a great American journalist of the 19th century. He said, the purpose of a journalist is not to afflict the afflicted. It is to comfort to the afflicted and to afflict the comfortable.
It's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, and both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom.
The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family.
Over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? No! All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? No! Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? No! Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man. No charges laid. Are you good with that?
No! There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century.
Everybody! Thanks for joining us for day one of the Julian Assange hearing that is being conducted in order to determine whether or not Julian Assange has the right to appeal his extradition to the United States. I'm so grateful that you are joining us live from the Royal Courts of Justice. Let's have a look at some of that B-roll from the course of the day. It's been a day of celebration. It's been a day of protest because it indeed yet may be a historic time. Today we'll be discussing why Julian Assange's case and Julian Assange as a figure is pivotal and defining when it comes to understanding our modern media landscape, how the government and state powers collaborate with corporate powers, how censorship continues to be an issue that defines our time, and how journalism has become criminalized if indeed it seeks to speak truth to power. The case of Julian Assange helps us to understand why the media has become what it's become in recent years. It helps us to understand the rise of independent media. Even what we do on this channel is beyond influenced by Julian Assange. It's in a sense architecturally determined by Julian Assange's actions and subsequent incarceration. And over the course of today's show, we'll be talking to Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, who is Julian's brother. They've been attending the hearing today. We'll talk to them about what's happened. We'll be looking in some detail Judge Jeremy Johnson. No, Justice Jeremy Johnson. I'm simplifying it. It's not like a DC comic. It's not Judge Dredd. Judge Jeremy Johnson is one of the presiding justices, one of the people who will be determining the outcome of this hearing. And when you look at his previous, as it were, he has a lot of connections to WikiLeaks type stories. He's represented the Ministry of Defense in our country, the United Kingdom. He's represented MI6, which is one of our Secret Service agencies. So is he likely to be objective? You can let us know in the Rumble chat right now. And I'm thrilled to see so many of you watching. I'm saying hello to you, Digital Hippie. I'm saying hello to you, Slappy T. I'm saying hello to you, Trish McLeod. I'm saying hello to our many awakened wonders watching us on Locals. And if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be available with you for the first 15 minutes, but then we will be, you will understand why, exclusively streaming in that sweet free space that is Rumble in order to be able to discuss this complex story in depth and detail. For example, one detail you will be unaware of, I'm sure, is that Judge Jeremy Johnson was involved in the inquiry into the deaths of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. I'm not suggesting that there was anything untoward there, but it's very peculiar that people with top secret access, a type of top secret access that you won't even have heard of yet. In fact, the phrase for it is extraordinary. It's something like, what is it called? Developed vetting. That's the highest access to secret information you can get. The judge, one of the judges involved today, sat with the coroners during that inquiry. So there's some extraordinary details and wrinkles to this case. Obviously, the world is currently watching, even if the legacy media is not reporting. We've seen some legacy media outlets out there, but you will be able to tell from looking online and looking at online legacy media, if you still do that kind of stuff, how it's being reported on. Edward Snowden from exile in Russia tweeted this, or posted this, excuse me. The outrageous part of the UK's years-long trial to condemn Julian Assange to die in an American dungeon is that the victim of his crime, journalism, is a state rather than a person. The definition of a political offence, which the US-UK extradition treaty explicitly forbids. This entire process might be illegal. Julian Assange, of course, is inextricably linked to Edward Snowden as he helped Snowden escape US law enforcement, I think in 2013, at the time that Edward Snowden revealed the extent to which your government spies on you, captures your information in order to what? Keep you safe? You let me know in the chat what you think. Here's Glenn Greenwald's post today. I don't know if anyone has any tears left to shed after the week-long media funeral for a Russian citizen, but here is what the US government is doing to someone guilty solely of exposing US war crimes. An extraordinary observation. And in today's Here's the News, we'll be looking at the Navalny case and how it compares to Assange's case, looking at the way that it's being reported, the way that Navalny is being celebrated and perhaps utilized, and the hypocrisy that that brings to the forefront given Assange's recent treatment. So if you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be with you for about 15 minutes. Remember, you can become an awakened wonder at any time, monthly or annually. You can support our work so that we can continue, please God, in the traditions established, espoused and demonstrated so clearly and beautifully by Julian Assange. Here's how the legacy media is reporting on today's events.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange in a London courtroom today. It's all part of a last-ditch effort to avoid extradition back here to the U.S.
Coverage of this. The phrase last-ditch effort occurs in numerous outlets' coverage of this story. I think the idea is to make it seem like a foregone conclusion, but even people directly connected to this matter believe that it's unlikely, given the nature of the hearing and the people presiding over it, that there will be a positive outcome. But don't let that enable you to lose sight of how ridiculous this is. Let's see what else the legacy media is saying.
Yeah, he faces multiple charges related to the 2010 publication of classified U.S. military documents. They centered on operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. U.S. prosecutors accuse Assange of playing a role in the hacking of a Pentagon computer and bringing grave and imminent risk to intelligence sources. The legal saga has continued for more than a decade, but could soon come to an end.
For more on this hearing, let's bring in international correspondent Stuart Smith in London. Stuart, what are we expecting in court today?
Okay, let's have a look now, just for those of you that are not entirely familiar with Julian Assange's story, at a sort of a brief précis or timeline before we speak with Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian's wife and leader of the campaign, as well as his brother. First of all, so in 2010, Wikileaks published a series of leaks from US Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, including a video of a US Apache helicopter attacking Baghdad that killed at least 9 men, including a Reuters news photographer and his driver. Then there was a massive release that talked about civilian deaths and various other, the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Then he lost his appeal around the sexual assault charges that emerged in Sweden. Then this is a significant moment. In 2013, he helped Edward Snowden flee from the US. In 2016, WikiLeaks released 20,000, I think this is a pivotal moment, 20,000 DNC emails from the Clinton campaign manager, John Podesta, that appeared to show that the DNC favored Clinton over her rival Bernie Sanders. I think it's pretty safe to say that that was the case now. And what I think is important about that particular aspect of the WikiLeaks lineage is it demonstrates precisely how various administrations have taken the same purview when it comes to Julian Assange. He was first pursued during the Obama administration. He was charged with the Espionage Act during the era of Trump, I'm sorry to tell a lot of you guys, and it is Joe Biden that is pursuing extradition. No one except RFK is talking about pardoning him. We'll show you that a lovely post from RFK in a moment, but I think it's germane as sensible and wise to bring in our guests Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton while we can. And let's have a look at, while they settle down, we'll have a look at Julian Assange talking about what it's like to be an accused person. This is a fascinating, almost philosophical insight.
And there is some luck in being an accused person. To luck in being accused of being a spy, a terrorist, luck in being accused of being a sex criminal. And you might think that surely it is a shock and a devastation to wake up to find one transformed into a demon, into a thing, into an unspeakable thing, a frightening thing. No, it's wonderful, because it is not that you change, it is that others change. You stay the same, but you now have a gift. You now have a superpower, the superpower of the accused. This superpower is to reveal the true characters of others. Who does not long from childhood for such a power, to understand the true nature of one's friends? We are not traduced, we the accused, but the people and states around us are. Great characters rise and great cultures step forward to shine. False smiles fade, concealed alliances are revealed, the timid retreat, and love is no longer merely a word, but it is an action. This is the superpower of the accused, and it is no more prevalent in the superpower of the accused by superpowers. There are many of us now.
Because we've come accustomed to Julian Assange's incarceration, perhaps it's easy for us to forget how significant many of his insights have been. Not simply the WikiLeaks revelations, but Julian Assange himself as a figure, as an orator, and as a thinker. Significant words there that I obviously now have good cause to identify with. I'm joined now by Stella Assange and Gabriel Shipton, his brother, and Stella is, of course, Julian's wife. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you for having us.
I actually feel somewhat reticent and certainly cautious about how to speak to you today, because it's been emotional just for us across the street, observing it. He's your brother, he's your husband. You've been in attendance in the hearing. The kind of enervating weight of today's events, with obviously what you must have borne over the preceding years, must be incredible. Can you tell me just how the hearing went and how you are feeling?
Well, first of all, it was incredible to arrive and see such a sea of people. I mean, the show of support has been incredible. I only wish Julian had experienced it for himself. once we went in, it was, the inside of the Royal Courts of Justice. It's a kind of world in itself, with its native creatures. And the good thing about today was that we were able to air our arguments finally, because for the past couple of years, it's been, on the papers, decisions taken behind closed doors, and finally we were able to talk about the murder plot against Julian, hatched by the CIA under Mike Pompeo. We were able to talk about the real risk to his life, all the attacks on him, judicial attacks, and their political motivation. So these are things that we've talked about in interviews, but finally it's put before a courtroom and a captive audience in the journalists who had to sit there and listen.
That, I suppose, in itself is something of a victory. You mentioned the nature of the building itself and its imposing Gothic architecture, and I can only imagine that the interiors are similarly foreboding. And doesn't that serve metaphorically to perfectly illustrate that it is very difficult, one might imagine, to get justice regarding information exposed about establishment corruption from within the establishment? Gabriel, you'll be aware, of course, that Justice Jeremy Johnson has previously defended MI6 and the Ministry of Defence in cases that are certainly comparable to some of the leaks that Julian Assange published. I wonder what your feelings are about the potential for a fair and judicious outcome.
Well, look, I see, these courts have, been weaponised against Julian. They've been, his persecutors, and willingly so, part of his persecution. So I see that as, these court hearings, whereas Julian can lose at them, I don't think he can really win in any sense. I think, their role in this is to serve the United States and serve their will to keep Julian in prison, to keep him silenced, and to send that message to everyone around the world that, if you do this, that's it. You'll be in jail for 5 years, no conviction, not serving a sentence. We can take away all your liberties if you publish information that upsets us, that embarrasses us. And I think, the courts here in the UK play their role in that persecution.
I'm mindful that Julian is a human being that you both love, but for those of us, I've met Julian of course, but for those of us that don't know Julian well, it's difficult not to see him as a symbol of injustice, of how power will behave if you transgress against its aims in the manner in which Julian has done with his publishing of information that they were understandably sensitive about. I wonder if you feel that subsequently this hearing will be reported on fairly. Have you seen sufficient interest from the kind of legacy media organisations that were intrinsically involved with Julian's publishing at the time? For example, the Snowden leaks, which I recognise were made to Glenn Greenwald at The Guardian. At that time.
The Guardian.
He was, of course, Julian facilitated Edward Snowden's evasion of pursuing forces. I wonder if you feel that The Guardian, the BBC, CNN, what have become referred to in this space as the legacy media, have been reporting on this responsibly?
Well, no, that's the answer. It's improved a lot in some respects with some newspapers. Their irresponsibility, their dereliction of duty as far as their journalism is concerned, has in fact led to Julian's imprisonment. If they had critically engaged with the persecution and its many different layers and aspects over the years, then Julian would never have ended up in prison. He wouldn't have spent a single day in prison. So I really see the media as complicit in his persecution. They were willingly complicit because they didn't like him for other reasons. However, once the indictment came down and eventually once, the arguments had been aired in court and they had been analyzed by the press freedom groups and lawyers inside the Guardian and so on, they were forced to defend him. And because Julian was attacked, he was indicted as a journalist, not as a whistleblower, not as anything other than a journalist. And once they understood that actually he was being targeted as a journalist, they had to defend him.
Today you heard your lawyers, presumably, as you explained, Stella, have the opportunity to lay out your case, Julian's case, and you said that that has been cathartic and beneficial and helpful. And those of you watching us right now, please be patient with us given our sound issues. We're just in some room opposite the Royal Courts of Justice. We're renegade guerrilla journalists right now, which is precisely what's required in order to report on a story of this nature and a story of this magnitude and a story that the legacy media have been deliberately oppressing and reframing in a manner to make it unappealing to people. So do forgive us if we have small technical difficulties. We assure you that we're working just as hard as we can to get this information to you as directly and as freely and with as few interventions and as little censorship as possible, which is no censorship. What are you hoping for tomorrow, Stella? What will define the hearing tomorrow? Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you think that it will be kicked down the road a little bit? How do you feel it will tomorrow play out?
Well, my sense, being in the courtroom, was that we steamrolled over the whole courtroom. I mean, the judges were, I think they had been exposed to some of the arguments for the very first time, and you could just see them trying to square things because it really is that outrageous. And so I saw these moments of, well, you know, this could be the turning point. That's my impression from being inside the courtroom. But then my rational side takes over, and I have had this feeling before, and it's a political case, and it's not about the merits of the arguments. Now, of course, I hope I'm wrong, but of course Julian should win this round, and it should fall apart, and, you know, maybe anything's possible, but of course, the stakes are so high, because if they find against him, and they could find against him tomorrow, you know, if they decided, well, we're not even going to entertain this, we've already made our decision, he could be on a plane this week.
It's interesting how, God, that's a terrifying thought, Stella. It's interesting how low the threshold has become, because even for Julian Assange to be granted an appeal at this point would feel like something of a success. And I'm astonished to hear you say that at points watching Justice Jeremy Johnson and Dame Victoria Sharp, that it seemed at times that they were hearing some of the details fresh. And because I was trying to imagine what the perspective is of people that seek to persecute and ultimately extradite and continue to incarcerate and ultimately, perhaps tacitly, execute Julian Assange. And sorry if that sounds melodramatic, but as we've just heard, the CIA did plot to have Julian Assange murdered. Their perspective, I suppose, is, oh, well, what it is WikiLeaks published information that put service personnel's lives at risk, exposed the American military and the American population to danger, and therefore, of course, he should be extradited to our allies in the United States to face justice under the Espionage Act, where he was first pursued under Barack Obama, charged under Trump, and is now being extradited under Biden, which in itself is an astonishing litmus test of how apparently differing administrations tend to concur on truly important issues, therefore demonstrating that we have very little choice at all, particularly in that arena. Did you also get that sense, Gabriel, that their perspective is one that would be alien to most people that operate in our space, a sense that Julian Assange is not a publisher and a journalist, he is, well, something akin to a hacker, a terrorist? Is that the... what did you...
Yeah, got a bit of that vibe. I think this time around, I felt that these judges were sort of on their best behaviour. You know, They knew that there were thousands of people outside. They knew that you're here across the road covering this. There's been quite a bit of media attention, from the mainstream press as well. Just last week, the Australian Parliament voted on a motion, and they voted two-thirds of the Australian Parliament voted on this motion, voted yes on this motion, and that motion had three very strong points in it. That Julian was an award-winning journalist, that he's been held in relation to exposing the misconduct of the USA, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end and send him back to Australia. So you've got this political pressure that is mounting on the UK courts here, and I got the feeling that these judges were aware of that they were paying a different kind of attention. Might have just been lip service, but previous hearings have been much more combative. The judges have been much more combative. These were, the judges were showing a bit more sort of genuine inquiry, I felt, this time. And I think that is because of, this support from out front of the court and the media coverage and the political support that's sort of all pushed into today. Even the police, even the police out here, for the first time I've ever seen, they were being helpful.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, we have many friends and community members that are in various police forces across the world, and we know that many members of the police force are motivated by a love of community, duty and service, and of course that's precisely how it should be. One political figure, and it is indeed encouraging, Gabriel, to hear you speak about the sort of turning of the tide in your native land and to see some support emerging from Australia, particularly given that Australia in the past few years, it seemed to become increasingly governed by peculiar globalist edicts around a whole variety of subjects, so that is encouraging. But one political figure who has been outspoken in his support of Julian Assange is RFK. He did this post just yesterday on X. Let's have a look at this together. 6. I'm pressing that, guys. Play that in. 6 on the deck, the RFK post. Do excuse me once again. So number 6 is RFK. If you can play 6 on my deck. Number 6 on my deck, and my deck's not working. Do forgive me, Stella and Gabriel. We're out on them. Now, is the audio playing?
Television.
Let's go full screen on it and play on it to give us a break. And can we hear the audio?
He's stood against government corruption. He's battled for all of our freedoms, and he made the tremendous sacrifice where he now is jailed and faces life imprisonment and extradition to the United States. The urgency to pardon him cannot wait. It can't wait till I become president. We need to get it done now. Please sign the petition urging President Biden to immediately pardon Julian Assange. Thank you all very much.
There it is.
Because the goal is not.
Hey, kill that. Thanks. Excuse me raising my voice, but it was required in that moment. So, Gabriel, Stella, thank you so much for joining us. Do you feel that the kind of support that Bobby Kennedy just espoused may contribute to a general prevailing positive public opinion? Because one of the speeches I heard today, and there were some great speeches, was people saying that there are 2 superpowers in the world. There's the American military-industrial complex and their foreign policy, and then there is public opinion. And we are seeing, I believe, public opinion finally alter and change. I'm like, as well myself, like a lot of people I think feel really scared about Julian Assange, and I think for a long time people felt really scared. Let me know what you think in the chat about supporting Julian Assange, because of course he was initially accused of sexual assault and rape. Indeed, that's why I showed that speech, because I thought that was fascinating. The way that he spoke about being accused and how empowering that can be, I thought it was very moving. And if public, and then subsequently he's just been sort of maligned and made a pariah so aggressively, excessively and continually that it's understandable if people move between accepting that vilification and indifference. The world is so full of spectacle, so gilded and delightful. Another day, another ceremony, another Golden Globe, another Oscar, another appearance from a state-sponsored political activist. Do you feel that what we might be witnessing now is the ability of public opinion at large to influence matters even this significant, where there is a clear agenda that is typically very difficult to interrupt?
I have the feeling now, it's very similar to when I started university in 2002. I mean, this was just, you know, on the cusp of the Iraq invasion, just after Afghanistan, you know, just a year after September 11th. And there was huge mobilization on the streets, and there was a lot of political energy, and there was a lot of skepticism, and there was a lot of anti-war sentiment. And people organized, and there was a sense of the power of the people and of coming together. And then, and that is partly what led to WikiLeaks as a project, that mood to end the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, hold governments to account, kind of expose the torture regime and the way that they had basically engineered going into wars. And so there was a different mood, and that gave rise to WikiLeaks. And then I think that the 2010s we lost a lot of that. And then, but I feel like we're regaining it, and it's crossing over on a whole lot of different issues.
So tomorrow, whose case do you hear tomorrow? If you had the opportunity to outline your case, or at least your lawyers did, tomorrow do you hear the States, the United States, who is advocating for the extradition? And is that what you hear tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right. The prosecutor's case tomorrow. They're, they'll argue against Julian's appeal points and probably try and pour a bucket of shit all over it. And but yeah, let's see.
I'm glad you're bringing us an Australian perspective to this global news event. They'll probably pour a bucket of shit all over it. Yeah, I imagine that is to a degree what will happen. And
exactly.
Do you anticipate getting a verdict tomorrow, or do you try not to think in those terms these days?
I don't know. Anything can happen. I hope they think about it for a few days at least. But you know, tomorrow's going to be nasty. It's going to be duplicitous. It's going to be, you know, the way murderers try to pretend like they're not murdering. So yeah, so that's what awaits tomorrow.
Well, we'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be speaking with you again. And in all sincerity, I'll be praying for a positive outcome, the deserved outcome for Julian Assange, who is a hero and because of whom we have a deeper understanding of the way that global power operates, how both political parties in an apparently bipartisan state often support the same ideas, how there may often be claims of caring about justice and democracy, but when it comes to true justice, democracy, transparency, clarity and freedom of information, we get to see the true colours of the global establishment, in part because of Julian Assange's reporting and in part because of his current predicament. Thank you, Gabriel. It's lovely to meet you. Thanks for joining us today. And Stella, it's always such a joy to be in your company. Thank you for coming today.
Thanks.
Hey, guys, one of the things that's difficult to ignore is the ongoing and understandable grief over the death in custody of Alexei Navalny. There's been global outcry from political leaders and calls for, predictably, further military funding to Ukraine. That's the solution. It's not as if Western leaders are complicit in the imprisonment and possible assassination of outspoken critics of their actions in the form of Gonzalo Lira and, of course, Julian Assange. Here's the news. No, here's the effing news.
No, here's the fucking news.
The death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny has caused an outcry in the West, as well as calls for further funding for Ukraine in their war against Russia. What, though, is the position of the West when it comes to outspoken critics of establishment policies, whether it's Gonzalo Lira or...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel conversation about what would happen to Julian Assange in the United States. I'm Kevin Gostola. I'm a journalist with shadowproof.com, and I'm very honored that Courage asked me to moderate this event and to also have this discussion with these esteemed panelists that are joining us. I've been covering this, the extradition proceedings and the charges that have been brought against Julian Assange for the past couple of years. But I've also followed WikiLeaks very closely over the last decade and also done a lot of work covering the war on leaks, which is a war on whistleblowers, which is also a war on journalism and press freedom. And we'll be getting into many of those issues as they relate to what would happen to Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks founder. But now I want to bring in to this discussion the panelists. Barry Pollock is Julian Assange's attorney in the United States. Welcome, Barry. And Jeffrey Sterling. Jeffrey Sterling is a CIA whistleblower who was convicted under the Espionage Act in the United States. Welcome, Jeffrey.
Thank you for having me.
And Laurie Love is a UK activist who successfully defeated an extradition request from the United States. So welcome, Laurie. Thanks. And so to begin, we're going to start with Barry. We know that you're here for an hour, and then we're going to have the other panelists for a bit longer. So that's also probably a note to people who are following along that if you have specific questions for Barry, please get those to us in the first hour so that we can ask them before he has to leave. But to begin, we decided to look at this in the different phases that would occur in this case if Julian was brought to the United States. We've got the pretrial phase, we've got the trial and the potential conviction phase, and then if convicted, would be sentenced, and then there would be a post-trial phase. So, to begin with you, Barry, the question we wanted you to look at is the nature of this case, having the fact being so that it is involving a national security leak, so to speak, which is how the U.S. government refers to it. There are certain aspects that come into play in how prosecutors at the Justice Department pursue these cases. There's laws governing the handling of classified information. There's laws handling people who are detained for these alleged crimes. Could you address that, Barry?
Yeah, absolutely. So in some ways, this prosecution is completely unprecedented. In other ways, there is a path that has been tread before, and Jeffrey is unfortunately very well aware of that. So what is unprecedented is using the Espionage Act to prosecute a publisher or a journalist. That has never happened previously. And so there are a lot of legal issues that would come up in this case if Mr. Assange is ever extradited that have never been subject to court rulings in the past, and we don't know how they're going to come out. But we do know how classified information cases are handled in the United States. There's a law called the Classified Information Procedures Act, which deals with prosecutions involving classified information and strictly controls the use of that classified information so that it is not part of the case in open court. And oftentimes it is not even available to be shared with the defendant himself. And so one of the great challenges in defending these cases is there may be large volumes of evidence that I, as the lawyer, cannot even discuss with my own client. So that makes it extraordinarily difficult. The other thing that is very difficult is any piece of classified information that you want to use as part of the defense, you have to litigate with the court, literally page by page, line by line, identifying in advance what it is that you want to use, and then have an argument with the government about whether or not the government's going to allow you to use it. If not, if there be some substitute version that is acceptable. And what that does as a practical matter is it requires the defense to preview its case for the government, something that doesn't happen in any other federal criminal case. So there are tremendous disadvantages to a defendant trying to defend himself when the charges relate to classified information. The other aspect that you referenced, Kevin, are sort of pretrial conditions. It is almost a foregone conclusion that if Mr. Assange is extradited, that he would be detained pending trial, and he would be detained in very draconian circumstances. In all likelihood, he would be in administrative detention, and would have very little access, if any, to visitors, to email, or even to snail mail, because of the government's concerns that he has been privy to classified information. They would presumably be very concerned about him communicating with the outside world for fear that he might be passing on classified information. So from a standpoint of how he would be treated prior to trial compared to how most defendants are treated prior to trial, he might face very, very difficult conditions, and conditions that I think from anybody's mental health standpoint are just devastating, just complete isolation.
Well, when we look at the body of cases, I'll move on to Jeffrey and ask Jeffrey about what happened to him in the run-up to his trial and the way he was treated. But when we look at these different cases, what Barry is speaking about here is that you have a government that maybe no longer will allow those who are accused of these alleged acts of being outside of a jail cell prior to their trial. But I understand, Jeffrey, you weren't in a jail cell. You were able to, move about and work with your attorneys, right? But in the most recent case, with like a really high-profile case that I followed with Reality Winner, she was kept in jail and unable to, work without being in shackles, with her attorney. So that's something that we might see happen with Julian. So I'll let you speak about your case and how you were treated in pretrial phase.
Well, for me, pre-trial, once I was arrested, and again, my ordeal with the government lasted, it started in late 90s, 2000 for me. But when I was finally arrested, I was taken to the Alexandria jail to be held. That was pretty much in a cell block. It was actually the same cell block that Zacharias Moussaoui was held. Very isolated. And that really told me they were treating me like I'm a terrorist. They were believing the claims the government was making that I was going to, if I was free to go, I would go out and start assassinating CIA employees. I hadn't been able to touch the CIA in over 10 years. But the judge was believing that the Fourth Circuit, which I'm sure you're going to talk about later, will really believe everything the government says. Only after a number of weeks did it not make sense for me to be held in the jail. But I still wasn't then allowed to go home. I had a friend who came just to speak on my behalf. The judge the judge said to her, he either stays with you. And this is a friend I hadn't seen in a number of years, the family that I knew when I lived in Virginia. If he doesn't come to stay with you, then he stays in jail. It was completely ridiculous, that sentiment, but that's how this court is. Their view is that if you're a defendant, you're guilty, and we're going to do everything to isolate you and punish you until we can eventually have you tried and convicted. After that, I, of course, lost my job. I was able to go home after a number of months, but the isolation was then even more severe. Losing my job, but I was lucky enough to be able to be with family and friends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for me, the other aspect of it is just the amount of time. The first search warrant, the only search warrant done at my home, I wasn't indicted until almost 5 years after that. So I had been in this limbo for so many years, and then being arrested out of the blue, thinking that this was all behind me. But the government's reach and its vengeance evidently has no time limit.
There's a little bit of similarity then with Julian's case, because there's been this cloud of investigation hanging over for quite a number of years, longer than what you've dealt with, and the uncertainty, and then finally being hit with this indictment. And so, Lori, could you discuss what it was like, the threat of solitary confinement for you, and how the prison conditions element played into your case, or what it was like to go through what you went through, expecting that you might be put into this kind of isolation?
Yeah, sure. So this formed quite a significant backbone of our defence, because it's very hard to actually defend against extradition, because you're not allowed to speak to the charges or the legitimacy of the charges or the factuality of the charges, because they're all treated hypothetically. The only thing we could speak to was my health, physically and mentally, and the conditions that I would be facing in detention in the United States. And we had several expert witnesses speak to just how horrific, and I think most people imagine jail and prison to be unnice places, but they're not really capable of imagining just how bad it can be in terms of someone who would be suffering from depression and potentially suicidal ideation. The solution, in inverted commas, to this in US carceral detention is to be put in effectively a form of solitary confinement. It's called suicide watch. You are removed from society. You have another person watching you in the cell. They're usually not a trained medical professional or even a member of staff. They're often a prisoner who's doing it for extra merits, extra points. And you can be put into horrific clothing called a suicide smock, which is kind of like a straitjacket. It's special clothing to make it more difficult to effect a suicide. And it's been ruled by expert people, including from the United Nations, that extended solitary confinement, or even solitary confinement for brief periods, is tantamount to torture. And the other aspect was the woeful inadequacy of provision for mental health within the jail and prison system. So it was testified by someone who'd worked in the system that they often have one psychiatrist who is then covering potentially thousands of detainees. And so the ability to actually have anything resembling care or treatment is vanishing. There is only the exasperation of the situation by placing the person into effective solitary confinement. And while the prosecution attempted to argue that suicide watch is effective because people do not commit suicide on suicide watch, it's unfortunately the case that people will feign to have recovered because of how horrific it is to be in solitary, and then when they are back in the general population, they will unfortunately in some cases be successful at ending their lives. And how it was to sit in the Goldfish Bowl in Westminster Magistrates Court and being unable really to participate in that hearing, couldn't raise my hand and speak on my own account, and to have your life hypothetically reduced to basically despair and hopelessness, knowing that you will no longer be able to act meaningfully and have relationships with friends and loved ones, engage in the world in any meaningful sense, and probably spend the rest of my life in a small box. And the only way out would have been the grim prospect of committing suicide. And it was a pretty dark time in my life, having to for several months consider that eventuality.
Well, that's important. These are the dark ideas and thoughts that are probably going through Julian Assange's mind as he sits in the back there and in this glass box that I've been introduced to as an American that we don't have in our US justice system, but that they do in that magistrate court. So I'd like to fold into this part of our discussion a question that was submitted. I'm going to direct this one to Barry, but if any others have anything to add, especially I think Jeffrey, you may have some thoughts on this as well. But Barry, we have a question. Julian Assange neither lived nor worked in the United States. What jurisdiction is the U.S. government claiming in his case? And I think maybe that's part of bringing this indictment and pursuing him in pretrial. So perhaps you can address this issue of the fact that he is not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, no, that's one of the unprecedented and I think really frightening aspects of this prosecution. You're talking about someone who is not a U.S. citizen, who has no ties to the U.S. government, has never entered any kind of employment agreement or non-disclosure agreement with the U.S. government, who is not in the U.S., he's in the U.K., an Australian citizen in the U.K., and yet the United States claims jurisdiction over him. So that means literally the United States can and would claim jurisdiction over any journalist anywhere in the world. And the basis for that is that if you are publishing U.S. classified information, in the U.S.'s mind, you have committed offense in the United States, and the United States has jurisdiction over you. You have published their documents, and so under that theory, every journalist in the world is at risk if they publish something that the U.S. considers national defense information, meaning contrary to the interests of the United States.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the overbroad nature of how the Espionage Act is being used. My case, for instance, with regard to jurisdiction, the government did not, throughout the entire trial, establish when, where, or how I supposedly, and I was innocent of the charges, leaked this classified information. Part of their effort to claim jurisdiction was the book, the infamous book that was at the basis of the trial against me. The hairdresser of the lead FBI investigator at her salon had the book, and that was in the district for the Fourth Circuit. It is ridiculous. It's overbroad. It's, as I've said on Twitter many, many times, their use of the Espionage Act is perverse. So therefore, no one anywhere in the world, if the US is successful in extraditing Julian Assange, any journalist in the world is going to be subject to that sort of retaliation again by the US government using the Espionage Act.
And let me just say, in Jeffrey's case, because the crime occurred in the United States, the government had to at least manufacture some fig leaf of jurisdiction to prosecute the case in the Eastern District of Virginia. As Jeffrey said, they said, well, somebody bought the book in the Eastern District of Virginia. With Mr. Assange, they don't even have to do that. In the United States, venue is established if the crime is committed abroad, jurisdiction in which you set foot when you come to the United States. Well, since you're coming in custody, obviously the United States decides where to bring you. And so they picked the Eastern District of Virginia of all the districts in the country, that this is their home turf and where they wanted to prosecute the case, because wherever they bring him, there would necessarily be venue.
I can add to this as well. I was also indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia, and actually have the dubious privilege of being the only person to be facing 3 parallel extradition requests from 3 different states. So there was EDVA, New Jersey, and Southern District of New York. The one that is the most scary is the Eastern District of Virginia, and it's called the Rocket Docket, because of the remarkable efficiency at which they process cases. It's also the place where the coercive grand jury was impaneled that has resulted in Chelsea Manning being detained for over 100 days and fined exorbitant amounts, and Jeremy Hammond being pulled out of his prison sentence, and again attempted to be coerced into joining in this prosecution of Julian Assange. So the EVDA is notorious as a place where they will get their results. It's the chances of a meaningful fair trial are absolutely vanishing there, and also the exorbitant jurisdiction, which is the technical term for extraterritorial jurisdiction, is something just in the abstract to be incredibly concerned about, because attempting to police the world and police the release of information and control the internet is not good for there being fair international relations. And I would suggest that the current political trajectory of the United States means that even if there was some time when there could have been some trust, that is rapidly vanishing.
Well, I'm glad that you raised this grand jury, because that the fact that that existed and was used to basically destroy, or its purpose to me has always been set up to destroy a media organization. And there was really no protest by most journalists in the way that this was being used by the Justice Department when Eric Holder was in charge, and then when it was awakened and re-upped by Jeff Sessions and then Bill Barr. And so I'd like to turn to Barry and ask about this issue of, if there is a trial, what is potentially lying ahead for anyone who wants to try and defend this in this case? Because, as you're saying, it's unprecedented what we are looking at. And we know with these Espionage Act cases, though they don't normally get the attention that they should require from our press, we know from some of the basic reporting that you don't have a public interest defense. And in fact, I know from covering Chelsea Manning's court-martial, the way in which they had to invent a way that Chelsea Manning could go on the record and give a statement about why she selected those documents and chose to disclose those documents to WikiLeaks and become a source for that organization. And to even describe trying to go to the Washington Post, to the New York Times, and even considering Politico and finding that she was rebuffed. But describing each of those and trying to give some kind of an explanation for the Afghanistan war logs, which I know is a key set of documents in this particular case, describing the collateral murder video, describing the Iraq war logs, describing these diplomatic cables, and going through and saying, how she became motivated to disclose those. But to me, I think a critical issue that needs to be brought up here is that Julian Assange is not a whistleblower and he's not the leaker. He's the publisher, but yet to be prosecuted like a leaker or a whistleblower, he's not really going to have, he potentially could have very little opportunity to describe why he made the decision to publish those documents in a court of law because of how the Espionage Act has been prosecuted.
No, that's exactly right. The Obama administration was extraordinarily aggressive in its use of the Espionage Act and did use it to pursue whistleblowers, which was never the intent of the statute. It's a statute that was passed in World War I era to deal with foreign spies, not to deal with whistleblowers. But what has happened in Julian's case is to take that already incredibly aggressive use of the Espionage Act and take it a giant step further, which is to go after the publisher as opposed to going after the whistleblower. The way the Espionage Act has been used to date and the way that it has largely been interpreted, you're right, there is no public interest defense. You either published national defense information or you didn't, and why you did it doesn't matter. And so I have no doubt that the U.S. government will take the position that this case is not different than prior cases and the public interest is irrelevant, and that Julian shouldn't even be allowed to describe why he published what he published. And we shouldn't even be able to show that what he published was newsworthy. And, one of the ironies here is, I think that if the New York Times had published the collateral murder video, it would have won a Pulitzer Prize. And Julian Assange has published it, and he's looking at life in prison. So all of those issues are very problematic. But again, it's never been litigated in this context. We would certainly argue that the statute, if it does not have a public interest defense, has to be a violation of the First Amendment as applied to a publisher. The United States will take the position that Julian Assange doesn't have any First Amendment rights. Their view will be because he's not a U.S. citizen, he doesn't have any rights. So just think about the irony there. They can prosecute a Australian citizen publishing in the UK, call him back to the United States, and then say, well, because you're not a U.S. citizen, you don't have the First Amendment rights that a U.S. citizen would have. So all of these things are going to need to be resolved. does he have a First Amendment right? And if he has a First Amendment right, how does that apply in the context of an espionage prosecution of a publisher? And I don't think that that will ultimately get resolved at the trial court. You've already alluded to this, Kevin. I think that's an issue that at some point is going to have to be decided by the United States Supreme Court. Hopefully not in this case, because hopefully the UK does not extradite Assange and that this does not become a precedent for future prosecution.
This might be a good point to mention as well that there is a cost to even getting to trial, and that's because of the incredibly strong coercive plea bargaining system of US federal criminal justice. So you will always be offered a plea bargain, and that will be a significant reduction because of the prosecutorial discretion on which charges to press and which multipliers to apply. So just to get your day in court, you will have to face far more charges, which in Julian's case would be far in excess of his lifespan. We're talking, maybe 200 years. In my case, it was 99 years. And the statistics for plea bargaining are, when I last checked, at least that 97% of defendants take the bargain. And I don't think it's because they feel guilty, it's because they're bullied into it. So the idea that there is actually, generally speaking, fair trials is a myth in the United States, because there's so much of a cost just to getting in front of that judge and jury.
Absolutely, and I think I'd like to add to this. I think a lot of the foundation for what they're doing to go after journalists and publishers at this point may have been with my trial experience. During my trial, the government won interlocutory appeal, and it finally settled the question whether journalists have any sort of protections. And the Fourth Circuit again said no. So I think that set the groundwork for, okay, we can expand the use of the Espionage Act to go after whoever we want, wherever they are. And they've certainly done that. And a good point Barry brought up about First Amendment rights. Again, this is the Fourth Circuit, which, my issues with the agency and my government started when I filed a discrimination suit against the CIA. When I worked there, they said I was too big and black to serve as an officer in their organization. The Fourth Circuit had the case, and they agreed with the government that said I had no constitutional rights because of national security. So if a U.S. citizen to this court has no rights, no First Amendment or constitutional rights, then Julian Assange certainly will not. It's just, again, I can't emphasize enough of how one-sided this will be, especially in that court. I wasn't a human being with any sort of rights to the Fourth Circuit. I was just a means to an end of what the government wanted to do. And again, I was innocent of the charges, but that didn't matter. They just wanted to get on with it and have the government have their victory. Even though the government had the right to call the reporter in question at that moment. I think the Obama administration did not want to be that administration that put a reporter on trial and possibly jailed a reporter.
Let me just echo that sentiment. One of the worst things, apart from having to consider the rest of my life in a small box, was that the reduction of a human life to, as you say, Jeffrey, a means to an end, to set an example to others that you do not upset the bully in the playground. And that's a terrible thing to do, to take away all of the meaning of somebody's life and just turn it into a deterrent.
Absolutely.
And so, Jeffrey, in your case, let's get into what you were going through, because it's very drawn out. And also you have this accompanying saga over whether, a certain New York Times reporter is going to be hauled before the court and forced to give testimony, which delays and delays. And that delay psychologically, Lori can talk about that in further detail, but also this delay further compounds the distress and stress of going through this case. So go ahead and give us some more detail about what it is like to be prosecuted at trial. And also I should just clarify, when I mentioned Chelsea earlier about being able to talk about why she did what she did, that was after pleading guilty to some offenses. So it's not like you magically can find someplace in the trial before you plead guilty. Most people who are whistleblowers and charged under the Espionage Act, if they get to say anything about what they did, it's after they've pled guilty and are already facing a sentence.
Well, for me, again, I worked for the CIA. I was, pardon my French, a damn good officer for the CIA, but I had the wrong skin color. So I sued them for discrimination. And as I said, it was thrown out for national security. But then years after that, I was blackballed from getting any sort of job or anything like that. So that's isolating within itself. I mean, government reprisal has no bounds. And then I'm trying to get on with my life. And then years and years later, the FBI shows up at my door with these wild accusations that I leaked information to a reporter. It was a blow and it was a shock to me. I thought I had gotten on with my life and that things were okay. And then it was just a tension. The sword of Damocles was hanging over me so long, so many years. And then when I got to the point where I thought it might be over, I'm arrested. You try to be, to live your life. You try to have good thoughts about the future. But when it's in the hands of far-reaching, overreaching U.S. government, FBI, Department of Justice, whatever presidential administration, it's hard to have any sort of sense of calm or being at ease with life, because all of a sudden it could be thrown asunder, as what happened with me. I mean, it was even so dramatic for me that I was recovering from surgery, and they used my then employer to trick me into coming to work. And that's where they staged my arrest. And so it's like a game to them, but there's a real life involved in this. And there really is no concern for that life. There is concern for, okay, this is what the government is doing, and the government is always right. So just the amount of time is incredible enough to withstand, and having that question as to if anything is going to happen, how is it going to happen? What is it going to do to my life? I went through that for years and years and years. Thankfully, I have a wonderful wife who has been with me and been supportive throughout. But not many people will have that. And I guess unique to me, I did not plea. A plea to anything that I did not do was never in question for me. I knew if I was going to be taken to trial, I was going to trial. If they're going to charge me with anything, there's going to be a trial. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I had a little faith that the law would bear this out for me, that an innocent person would not be convicted. The experience of first being tried under the Espionage Act. I fought to defend my country working in the CIA, but then to be turned around and being charged with hurting my country essentially as a spy under the Espionage Act really was a terrible feeling for me. Going through that trial was a horrible experience. And the sentence itself, the conviction, it felt as if my country said, we don't want you. We don't need you, and we're going to punish you for what you did, which I didn't do. But I did try to fight against against the CIA and against the discrimination in my country. Yet that was not the right thing to do. It was basically a show trial. Again, they never really produced any evidence of when, where, or how I did this act that they were charging me with. It was a show trial for the CIA to show how the CIA was a good organization and they did outstanding operations. And so therefore, it was even a question throughout, what the hell is all of this about? What it was about was U.S. using the Espionage Act, not for justice or for law, but for its own means of reprisal, retaliation, and that sort of thing. So it's a very hurtful experience to go through, and still is, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you have anything to add, Laurie, but I've got a question for Barry, if you got anything to add to what Jeffrey just said. He might be on mute. I don't think we can hear you, Laurie. And I'm not sure why. we're having a little technical issue. I'm not quite sure, but we can't hear you. So I'm going to go on and ask Barry this question and let you sort that out. So we have a question for you, Barry. So there's been a lot that has unfolded in the run up to this extradition. There's been allegations of an espionage operation against Julian Assange while he was in the embassy. And of course, there's a parallel case unfolding in Spain where there's been depositions that have been taken. There's all sorts of treatment and abuses that mistreatment and abuses that happened outside of that over the time that he was in the Ecuador embassy in the UK. Certain allegations that could be made about the way the US Justice Department has investigated and targeted individuals who were allegedly associated with WikiLeaks. And the question that we have right here from someone who submitted it is, how might this feature in a trial? How would you try to work this in order to defend Julian Assange from prosecution under the Espionage Act?
Well, I think it's going to be far more relevant in the UK in the extradition hearing itself than it would be if the United States is successful in extradition he's brought here. In the extradition hearing, one of the issues is whether there's been an abuse of process. And another issue is whether or not this is a political prosecution. And each of the things that you've just mentioned, in particular, spying on him while he was in the embassy, listening in on his conversations with his lawyers, listening in on his conversations with medical professionals, those are all things that I hope and expect the UK court will look at and will not condone and would be bases not to extradite him, because clearly the United States has not treated this as a ordinary criminal prosecution. Unfortunately, in the United States, the motivation of the prosecutors is largely irrelevant. It is very difficult to question the motivation of prosecutors and to even raise that as an issue. Some of the abuses that you have talked to, I think, will be subject to litigation, particularly if the government tries to use any evidence that has resulted from any of these activities. But I think what you'll find is that the prosecutors will represent to the court that they have not been privy to any of the UC Global surreptitiously recorded conversations of Assange, and that will end the matter. The judge will accept that representation, and there won't be any further litigation of it. So it's certainly something that I hope will be aired in the UK.
Let's move on to the sentencing phase, or what could happen to Julian if there was a successful conviction. And I'll start with Laurie, just because we had a technical glitch, and try to bring you back in to the conversation. So Laurie, there are apparent differences in the way that the United States and the UK handle these kinds of cases, and maybe you could speak to some of those differences and speak to what it's like, or what it was like for you to know that, essentially the US was threatening you with decades in prison for these offenses, that in the UK, you don't do that kind of time. You wouldn't be facing that kind of time. And if Julian was looking at time in the UK, probably he's not looking at as severe of a sentence. Are we still not getting you? Not really sure why we can't hear Laurie. This is very strange. Okay, so I'm gonna move on and turn this back to Barry and ask him if he can speak to this issue. I still don't know, Laurie, why we can't hear you. Barry or Jeffrey, can you hear Laurie? Is it just me?
I cannot hear Laurie. Kevin, I can still hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, there's something going on technically. Yeah. I'm not sure. But maybe
let me speak to that, because I think that is a vitally important issue, and I want to look at a little history here. If you look at the Daniel Ellsberg case, where he leaked the Pentagon Papers, an enormously important and newsworthy leak, but in my mind, kind of pales in comparison to the importance of what Julian has published. It was a historical look at the Vietnam War as opposed to the ongoing war crimes that WikiLeaks has revealed. But in any event, Ellsberg was never convicted. But if he had been, he would have been looking at potentially probation. If he was looking at a prison sentence at all, it would have been a very modest one. The U.S. has, in the intervening years, just put sentencing on steroids to the point where the jail sentences in even run-of-the-mill cases are absolutely draconian, which is why we lead the world in prison population. And it has a tremendous chilling effect. I mean, how many people have the strength of a Snowden or a Manning to leak, knowing that if they are caught, they're not looking at probation, they're not looking at 6 months or a year in prison, they are looking at the rest of their life in a maximum security institution. And if we now extend that to a journalist, if you publish, you're looking at life in prison, journalists are going to self-censor. They're not going to publish anything that is even close to the line, anything that might be viewed unfavorably by the United States. And so it's not just their right to publish, it's the public's right to know that is going to suffer incredibly. In Jeffrey's case, under the federal sentencing guidelines, he was looking at 19 and a half to 24 years. And I suspect that Julian will be looking at substantially more than that under the sentencing guidelines.
I think you can hear me now. So
yes, we have you. We have you. Yeah, so let's let you speak to this.
Okay. So for people who don't know, I was accused of being involved in an anonymous hacktivist campaign, ironically protesting the exact problems that we've been discussing with the US federal criminal justice system after the tragic death of Aaron Swartz, who was basically hounded to death by an overreaching prosecutor for essentially nothing, borrowing too many electronic journal articles. Had I been charged in the UK, I've still not been charged in the UK, and I certainly haven't been convicted of anything, but had I been charged and convicted in the UK, my maximum liability would have been 36 months, of which half would be in detention. There would even be a possibility of a community sentence. In the United States, that 36 months became 99 years, and this kind of beggars belief. How there should even be in principle prison sentences beyond somebody's natural lifespan is a question that people should be asking when trying to reform the justice system. But what it speaks to is the power that prosecutors have to tip the scales of justice by piling on charges, and the sentencing guidelines give so much leeway and scope to have these modifiers or power-ups, or however you want to call it, multipliers added. So if you commit a crime using a technical skill, such as some sort of hacktivism, then that is considered a reason to make the sentence longer. In my case, because they tried to extradite me to 3 different states in parallel, I could have been retried for the same offences effectively, and then it's considered a repeat offence. So you're convicted in New Jersey, you get dragged to Southern District of New York, get convicted again, suddenly you're a repeat offender, and it's twice as bad. And so it's quite horrific that they can effectively make you, in the words of The Godfather, an offer you can't refuse, by saying it's you risk your entire life. Here is the revolver, put it to your head, or you concede, you give up your right to a fair trial, and you let us win effectively by default. And it, in terms of the deterrent, certainly do not advise people these days to engage in activist campaigns against the United States because I've seen too many lives ruined because of the vindictiveness of the response. And the other thing that I wanted to mention earlier is the process itself can become the punishment. So me, an innocent man, uncharged, unconvicted, 6 or 7 years of having to fear for my life, it takes a toll. And I think Jeffrey could speak to this too, and many other whistleblowers and activists who have been through this process, is that the stress is cumulative. The human physiology, we have a fight or flight reflex, and that involves adrenaline, and it's, to get away from the tiger or to beat the adversary. If you are under that fight or flight response continuously, then the stress levels build up, and in my case, it's resulted in chronic illnesses. I have really terrible skin, as you might be able to see. I have gastritis, colonitis, and the rest of my life will be impaired because of this, and that in itself is a deterrent. And again, let's just be incredibly clear about what we're talking about here. A occupying force in a voluntary war of aggression had military personnel who committed war crimes, murdered journalists in cold blood, and then publishers revealed those war crimes to the world. And now the UK judiciary is being asked whether the publisher should be served up to the very regime which was ultimately responsible for the commission of those war crimes, to establish a precedent that this is a bad thing to do. I don't think I can imagine a more serious threat to the transparency which underpins freedom and democracy in the world.
That's a very eloquent way of putting it, and it shows the disparity. We have impunity for higher-ranking officials in the government, not just on these war crimes that you're describing, but also when it comes to leaks, by the way, where they are allowed to commit kinds of offenses that are turned into cases against lower-level government employees. And so I'd like to turn to Jeffrey, and then we'll get back to Barry with a couple questions, hopefully, before he has to go. But because we're on the part of what would happen to Julian if he was in prison, I'd like to hear from you, Jeffrey, and particularly on this issue of what treatment was like for you while you were in prison, having that experience of being someone who was convicted under the Espionage Act. And I note right now, just to set this up into a context, that the Bureau of Prisons has completely lost control of the coronavirus inside prison facilities. And maybe it wouldn't be a threat any longer if after Julian is convicted, because this is something we expect to take potentially 5 to 7 years, a separate issue alone. However, prisons have always been a petri dish for the spread of diseases and viruses and allowing those to spiral out of control. Healthcare is completely horrific inside of US prisons. Perhaps one of the reasons why Julian might be able to convince an appeals court or the magistrate court that he should not be extradited, because his health would not be protected if he was brought to the US. So why don't you speak to that, your experiences? And I also know that you had a heart issue that you were trying to get attention for and were initially not taken seriously for requesting medical attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Prisons are nothing but human warehouses. You're basically tossed in for the time being of your sentence, and it's continual punishment. And for me, being in prison, healthcare is a joke. It's an aside to check up the box that they're supposed to provide. For me, I had a previous heart issues prior to going to prison. When I was there, they recurred. And the attention given to it was pretty much passive. They did not care. It took the efforts of my wonderful wife, Holly, and thousands of people who barraged the prison with emails and phone calls and the eventual attention of a US senator for them to get me the health care that I needed while they're in prison. To feel so powerless to even take care of yourself. I had episodes of passing out, episodes of clearly almost like as if I was having a heart attack, and the test did indicate I had There was indication of a heart attack. But to the prison, that was nothing. They go out of their way to find a reason not to help you, to have the justification of their inaction. But when you confront them with their actions, they're always on the defensive. They even tried to say to my wife that I was a liar, that I was not having such conditions. They changed some of the medical records to remove the indications that I was having chronic heart issues. And so they're only on the defensive. And all you had to do was give me the medical care that I had the right to in prison, instead of having to go through all the machinations of putting pressure on you. The Bureau of Prisons, their emphasis is just punishment, put you away, and keep you there. What happens after that, they will blame the inmate, the prisoner, for that. And then when you turn to the judges who put you there, it was so tragically funny. My wife sent a note to the judge that sentenced me in the fourth EDVA, talking about the conditions and I needed health care. She immediately said, well, she doesn't have jurisdiction. She had no problem finding jurisdiction where there was none to convict me and sentence me to prison. But when it came time for me as a human being who needed something, I was of no regard to her, as I had been previously. So the conditions there will be horrible for anyone. And even the aspect of mental health. I met with the counselor there, of course, as part of the intake. I was, of course, having some ideations of suicide and very depressed. Their answer to that was either feel better, or we're going to put you in solitary confinement. And my response to that was, so you're going to take my plea to you for help, and your answer is to put me in solitary confinement, which would make me worse. And her response was, absolutely. So it is not an environment that is going to have any sort of concern for your health and mental well-being. It is just there to house you and degrade you and continue to punish you.
Can I add to that?
Sure. Well, so Laurie, can we come back to you? I want to finish with Barry because he's got to leave at the top of the hour, and then we'll pick up on this thought because it's really important to stick on the nature of the mass incarceration system in the United States. But we have a question here, Barry, and then I'll allow you to do closing thoughts that you may have before going. But the question is, if Julian was held under these special administrative measures before and during his trial, is there any truth to this idea that he may not have access to his legal team, or sorry, that...
Hello guys, welcome back to the center of London, the Royal Courts of Justice. We're here still reporting on the Julian Assange extradition case and whether he will be granted permission to appeal. As I've said in the past, he's been waiting and appealing to just be able to be heard for the last 18 months. 18 months of his life he spent in a maximum security prison. This case has taken now 5 years. I'm here with Sabrina Tucci from Penn International, and she was inside court. So I want to ask you, Sabrina, what were your impressions of inside court?
Well, it's been another long day. The second day we are here. It's been a day with really a roller coaster of emotions. A lot of fears, a lot of hopes. Basically, the prosecution say that Assange case is not politically motivated. They claim that Assange basically supported Chelsea, aided and instigated Chelsea Manning in stealing information from the Department, the Department of the State of Defense of the United States, and that Assange literally helped Manning in hacking their computer system. They also claim that the information that was published was not leaked, but rather stolen. Therefore, according to them, Assange has jeopardized and put in danger U.S. defense and intelligence. They also accused him of jeopardizing the life of those whose names have been mentioned in the Wikileaks report, claiming that a lot of people have lost their jobs as a result, disappeared, or have been arrested or persecuted. And for all this reason, basically they claim that Assange would not be qualified to be protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. First Amendment, and that basically his journalism is not conventional journalism. Therefore, he deserves to be extradited. And lastly, they claim that if extradited to the States, he will be subjected to a fair trial, a fair hearing before an independent and public tribunal, and within a reasonable time frame.
What is Penn's position on these allegations from the court?
Penn International, English Penn, Penn Norway, and other Penn centers have been here, and yesterday, today, we believe that Assange case is politically motivated. He should not be persecuted, he should not be imprisoned. We believe in the right to publish information, and we believe in the right of people to be informed. And we believe that these rights cannot be separated. They are necessary to inform a functioning and democratic society. We've been calling since 2019, since Assange was arrested, we've been calling for his release. We've been calling on the UK authority not to extradite him, and we've been calling on the US authority to drop the charges against Assange and to just set him free. We want Assange to be released from Belmarsh prison and to be reunited with his family.
Sabrina, thank you very much. So I spent most of the afternoon listening also to the prosecution handing their points. They say that Julian Assange is no journalist and that the prosecution is not political because both Trump and Biden accept it. We know that there could be bipartisan agreement on many issues, but prosecuting somebody under the Espionage Act, journalists can only be political. This was what the defense came and said afterwards, that Julian Assange cannot be extradited under using the treaty, but not being defended under the provisions of this treaty that obviously protect political opinions and his work. And also they highlighted that you cannot have a disconnect on what Julian Assange published, the war crimes that he published and the criminal conduct at the highest levels of the US and UK governments to this extradition. They called this prosecution a persecution from the highest levels due to the fact that we know that President Trump asked for plans and options on how to assassinate him, murder him inside the embassy, and the charges were only brought when they wanted to make sure that they had a legal framework to kidnap him from the embassy or even murder him. That's when the charges were dropped, and the fact that a Republican and a Democratic administration continue this case is really not any argument to discount the fact that the espionage is a political offense. It cannot be anything else than a political offense, and charging a journalist under the Espionage Act and not allowing him to protect himself on public interest, because the Espionage Act does not have a public interest defense, is absolutely ridiculous. So the judges were told that if you would allow the extradition of this journalist, he would be handed over to the country that planned his murder. We will keep you up to date, and shortly the court will be in recess. We will get statements. We will follow the demonstration down to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister works, and we will have more speeches and coverage of the rest of the day. Thank you.
His legal team would be banned from speaking to the press, either about the mental or physical conditions that he's going through. Are there certain limitations to which you can say about his treatment if he is put into the SAMS procedures?
Yeah. So the SAMs are the special administrative measures, which I love that phrase because it's just so Orwellian. It governs the inmate and the ability of the inmate to communicate with the outside world. It shouldn't interfere with his ability to meet with counsel, although it is very, very difficult in a case where you have large volumes of evidence, and particularly large volumes of electronic evidence, to have sufficient access to your client and for your client to have sufficient access to electronic media to be able to review the material. And the SAMs can make that more difficult. You know, in terms of his lawyer's ability to communicate, that's not governed by the SAMs, but in a lot of cases, the court will enter a protective order in the case, or people will call a gag order, that will limit what public statements can be made about the case. Obviously, I have no idea if that's going to happen in this case or not, but that is something that courts have done in high-profile cases.
So anything you would like to say before you leave us? So you only have like 4 or 5 minutes left, Barry.
Yeah,
but
so,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me just respond to a couple of points that have been made. You talked about COVID, and what Jeffrey described, he experienced where they give you this choice. You can be honest about your mental health, and effectively that will result in solitary confinement and something that only exacerbates your mental health. Or you can lie, you can be dishonest and pretend that you don't have issues, which of course is destructive. Well, think about that in the COVID context, because that is happening all over the country. People do not want to submit to whatever social distancing regime the prison comes up with. They don't want to say that they believe that they might have been exposed, because the result of that is they end up in administrative detention. And so you have prisoners who have every incentive in the world not to honestly talk about who they've had contact with or whether they have symptoms. And that is part of the reason that COVID is out of control in prisons in this country. It's a very frightening prospect.
Well, thank you, Barry. I appreciate you sharing your insights with us during this hour. So, Lori, I know that you wanted to add some more detail about the treatment and what you see happening to people who are sentenced, and yeah.
So I have a good friend who does a lot of prison support for political prisoners, activists in the United States, and I had a conversation with them recently, and I was shocked and appalled. And let's just say it's quite hard for me to be shocked and appalled these days. And specifically on the coronavirus, COVID, prisoners are not allowed to use hand sanitizer because they are classified as potentially alcohol that could be abused. Prisoners cannot wear masks to avoid transmission. A political prisoner had COVID-19 and felt unable to disclose it to the staff because they would have been put in segregation effectively, and that would have been deleterious, damaging to their mental health. Another story was there were some prisoners who it was known that they had COVID-19. There was an air ventilation system, that was a very short passage to the cells where other prisoners were, and a complaint was made about this, and there was no attempt to do anything. And these are not exceptions. The general pattern, as Jeffrey told us, in the Bureau of Prisons is there are procedures for making complaints and seeking redress. They are, I would say, Kafkaesque, not just Kafkaesque, but also catch-22, because simply by trying to seek to improve something, you get yourself put on a shit list effectively, and you will be bullied systematically just for trying to resolve a grievance or to try and correct some mistreatment. And if you want to find out more about this, someone to speak to is Barrett Brown, who's another information activist who was detained and went through quite a lot of wrangling with the Bureau of Prisons, trying to fix some of the mistreatment that he received, and no success at all. And so we see this all the time, that I'm just going to lay my cards on the table. I'm an abolitionist, and this is a sentiment that's growing, that I think prisons are a testament to failure of society. They are a place where somebody cannot be treated as a human, because it is effectively you become an animal, as Jeffrey said. You become subhuman when you're in that system, and we know from quite notorious psychological experiments, the Stanford Prison Experiment, that the minute you create this division between the detainees and the officers or the people staffing the prison, even if they are the best, even if they're the most moral person at heart, they inevitably begin treating these people as less than human. It's just an artifact of the way the system is structurally composed. And so this is bad enough if you're in a short time. If you are looking at spending the rest of your life there, then there's no other way of describing it as except as protracted torture.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, I am going to have to sign off, but I wanted to thank you very much for leading this important discussion. Thanks, Laurie and Jeffrey, and I hope the dialogue will continue. Thank you.
And, unfortunately, I see a question that probably should have been posed to Barry. Nonetheless, I think Jeffrey and Laurie will be able to handle it, and I'll be able to give some of my thoughts. So I wanted to note that we've had a superseding indictment that has been issued against Julian Assange, and it has at least expanded the timeline of the case, and it's upped the effect, the sort of character assassination that the Justice Department is after in their case. I do actually think that this, I'll start with Laurie on this, because it does seem that this new indictment, in their description why there aren't any charges, what they're directly trying to do is make Julian out to be a hacker so that they can use that to their advantage in prosecuting him under the Espionage Act and pretend like he is not owed the First Amendment rights or the press freedom protections that are recognized the world over. What would you have to say to that, Laurie?
So, I mean, people watching may not know the differences between the legal systems, but in the UK, the idea of publishing publicly an indictment where the charges are laid out is unthinkable, just because it must have an effect of prejudicing people. And as you say, it is a character assassination. There is no way for Julian to challenge the assertions made in these indictments, and so they effectively steal a march in terms of the public perception of the case. And we have all these protections for people that are on the jury to try and stop them from being exposed to information that will prejudice them. But there's no way you could form a jury of 12 people that have not already had formed an opinion of Julian Assange based on 7 years or maybe 5 years of persistent character assassination, sadly aided and abetted by people in the journalism industry, which is to their eternal shame, in my opinion. The other problem procedurally is, again, in a very Kafkaesque manner, the UK-US extradition system proceeds in an entirely evidence-free manner. And what I mean by that is this is exceptional. No other extradition relation in the world has this, and the UK does not have this for any other country, but the United States has no requirement to meet any evidentiary bar to prove anything to any standard. The usual standard is what's called prima facie, which is on the face of it something that would convince a reasonable person that there is something to suspect, if not to be convinced beyond reasonable doubt. This does not have to be met, and from my personal experience, the claims were made in the indictments that were not just untrue, they were meaningless. They were so far removed from facts that they're not even sensible, and to have to sit in that court being lied about and being unable to say, stop, this is not true, I object. And on one occasion I actually halted proceedings, dragged all the journalists out and explained to them that they were being lied to and there's nothing I can do about it. And some of them were quite surprised by that. And what's happened with this latest superseding indictment is, hopefully it will convince the judges that they have really pushed too far and have, what's the polite euphemism, taken the mickey, shall we say, because they may have to drop the request after Julian has been in Belmarsh prison now for nearly a year, and put in an entirely new extradition request to have these charges entered into the record because they've left it so late. And that's another abuse because it draws out the process even further. And yeah, it's deeply troubling from many points of view that this ability to enter things into the public record that are not able to be challenged, and to then pretend that there is going to be a fair process at trial is morally and intellectually dishonest.
Jeffrey, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, well, I think the new round of the indictments that they produced was really just to show it is character assassination. They have to attack Julian. They have to portray him as a terrorist to justify this extraordinary measures being taken to try him under the Espionage Act. During my proceeding, the point that they were making over and over again was that I lost my discrimination suit, so I was a disgruntled employee trying to get back at the CIA by leaking classified information. Nothing was further from the truth. One thing the prosecutors didn't want the jury to realize was that during the time that I supposedly leaked this information, my discrimination case was still going on. It was still in the courts. But they didn't want the jury to know that. They wanted to have the impression that I lost, which I didn't. The court said I couldn't go forward because it posed a threat to national security. And then my trial basically turned into that discrimination case that I tried to bring before the courts, but it was completely one-sided because the government was allowed to have every description of me in, of course, a bad light from employees at the agency. But I wasn't able to counter any of that with any evidence or anything because of the national security aspect and the CIPA restrictions that I was facing. So it's incredibly unfair. It's a system that doesn't make any sense. So they have to characterize Assange as one of the most evil persons in the world. So maybe the courts there will agree with it and go through with the extradition. Hopefully, as you said, they will see through that smokescreen.
And I think it really speaks to, it betrays really that they know they don't have a case, that they have to play these dirty tricks. And it just adds to the information asymmetry. We were talking earlier about in any cases where there is digital information, then there will be vast amounts of evidence entered into the records, and if you're not able meaningfully to assess that, then you're trying to fight with both your hands tied behind your back. And in my case, and in Jeffrey's, we were able to have legal meetings and conferences and to engage in campaigning and other efforts to try and fight our cases. Julian doesn't have that ability. He is detained in Belmarsh prison in not very pleasant conditions. His mental and physical health is deteriorating. He cannot speak to these latest allegations. He cannot speak to much at all. Even his access to lawyers here is, I would say, a joke. He's barely been able to see them in the last 4 or 5 months. This would just be much worse in the United States. So there would be no fairness. The prosecutors have all of the power. They have all of the information. They have, as was mentioned earlier, the judges defer to them far more than they will defer to claims from the defense. And so I think even though there's an important legal principle to be settled as regards the Espionage Act, and part of the purpose of law is treating these problems and coming to a conclusion, I think this case is not the right case for it, because it will be fought so unfairly that it risks setting a terrible precedent.
Yeah, I think that raises the issue of how heavily politicized this case is. Although I suppose it gets into the question of whether, cases are ever not politicized. I mean, you could argue that there were politics involved in your case, Jeffrey, but to a degree right now with Donald Trump and his administration, I know that the legal team is making this argument that, Donald Trump and Bill Barr have so compromised the Justice Department in the way that they're pursuing this case, that the politics alone, I mean, this is one of the few ways that they think they might be able to challenge the extradition, but they're highlighting the politicization of the Justice Department. I don't know. I mean, being that you were a target of the Justice Department, do you have any comments on how political this case is just on its face?
I think it's completely motivated by politics. Again, the desire to get Julian Assange for what he supposedly did to the United States. During my trial, during my experience and my ordeal, there were other individuals who there are far more evidence, and even they're admitting to wrongdoing, to leaking classified information. General Petraeus, great example. But individuals who are seated highly within the government receive nothing more than slaps on the wrist. They don't have to go through the same sort of ordeal. Individuals like General Cartwright, who ironically leaked information regarding Iranian operations, which is what I was convicted under, yet he is given a full pardon by the Obama administration. So yes, there is absolutely political aspects to this. You're going after as you said earlier, the lower individuals with a deadly fervor, if you will, yet individuals who are highly placed may have a good position within the party or within an administration. They are treated with kid gloves. And I think we've seen a little bit of that politicalization in the previous sessions. I was quite offended when the Queen's Counsel raised my name, and I believe Manning's and Reality Winner, as to quell any concerns about the amount of time that Julian could be sentenced to, by saying that the 42 months I had were the benchmark for what he would be facing. I was offended by that, because you're going to use an injustice of a trial, a travesty of a trial, to say as a benchmark to what Julian is facing. It was laughable in the most tragic sort of way. And I think they're trying to do everything they can to, from the character assassination to saying, oh, we're going to treat Julian quite well here under trial with all the rights that we decide to give him. I think it's all showing that the basis for going after Julian is completely one-sided and completely immoral, if you will, for them to go after Julian Assange using the Espionage Act. They have to do everything they can to make themselves to seem not as a bad guy in this situation. And I think it's quite telling and quite political.
There's a saying think maybe from Turkey originally, but that the fish rots from the head. And I think that's what we're seeing here, is that there is complete impunity to leak. In fact, a lot of the narrative in the press is done by selective, systematic leaking, sometimes of classified information. So whenever you see a reporting about Washington politics and it says sources say, then that is usually someone who is leaking to set a particular narrative. And the pattern that we've seen in all of these cases and all the people we've discussed, it's been people trying to fix a problem. Chelsea Manning acting on her conscience, having seen
to wrap this discussion, that they used WikiLeaks and then later the disclosures from NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden as a catalyst to clamp down on the ability of government employees and contractor personnel to speak to the media, to control their interactions, to enforce ignorance about the information that was being disclosed by WikiLeaks, but to also use it to set up a system in which senior officials are allowed to engage in leaks, but the lower level people are criminalized if they're caught talking to members of the press. And that's, I think, comes back to the case against Julian Assange. It's an effort to enforce and create this normal and defend this normal of saying that we're not going to allow journalists to publish this kind of information. And they're using the sources of information as deterrents by going after them. And then now they're escalating it to going after the publishers. So saying even to the sources that if you give information to people who are like Julian Assange, look at what you've done. You have now made them targets who we are going to destroy their lives systematically and irreparably so that they can never come back from us focusing our crosshairs on them. And I think, we have a realistic sense of what could happen with this extradition case, but we also have idealism too about what we can do if we struggle and fight and show support for Julian Assange so that we don't see a precedent set. And that brings me to, I think, our final questions, which I have two here that have been submitted. I'm going to fold them together, and then both of you will have an opportunity to comment, and we'll wrap the discussion for this afternoon. But essentially, looking at this question of what happens if the extradition, so as we see this unfolding in a realistic sense, you really feel like it's ordained, like there's really no way that it's going to be avoided because, for one, this judge, Vanessa Baretzer, has a pretty solid record, 96% of the time, I think, of approving these extraditions. So mostly a rubber stamp. You look to the appeals process and say that's probably the best hope that Julian has of avoiding this. But then in a hopeful sense, I think we'll start with you, Lori, here. What happens if Julian walks out? I mean, what happened to you when you were able to know that you had beat this? Did it mean that you had defeated the US government and that you didn't have any threat anymore? Or does it mean that you just survived this round and there could be another one coming soon from the US government?
Sure. I mean, so somebody else also asked, what's my ability to travel? And there's nothing legally stopping me leaving the country. But I know that the minute I set foot in another legal jurisdiction, there's nothing stopping the United States sending another extradition request. So I have family in Finland. I haven't felt confident to go there, even though the protections against extradition are much stronger. I would be afraid to go anywhere in Europe. If I was somewhere a little further abroad, I don't think they'd even use the legal process. The US government has straight up snatched people from airports in places like Thailand and Vietnam. In terms of the rubber stamping, I am afraid to say the process is incredibly one-sided and in favor of extradition to the United States. Somebody asked what needs to be proven. As I mentioned earlier, none of the assertions and the allegations in the indictments need to be proven. They are all treated as hypothetical. So the actual scope to defend is very limited, and that's why my defense was based upon my health. And somebody else spoke to that. We had to establish. We had to make it incredibly clear what the risk was that I would come to an untimely end in detention, and there are overlaps. It's not for me to speak to Julian's condition, but there are certainly similarities in, let's say, the character type between us, and I think that will form a part of the defence. And you can only fight the things that you're allowed to speak to, and so it will come down to the conditions and the health, and then there's the question of dual criminality, which is that is the offence the same in the UK as the United States, and we don't have an Espionage Act or anything really close to that, so that's something that might be argued. And I would add that, speaking again to the sentencing differences, can you really say it's the same offence when you would spend a very short time in this country in prison for it, and you would spend the rest of your life in prison for it? And I would say that that's sometimes a quantitative difference can become a qualitative difference, and certainly as a deterrent to discourage people from acting on their conscience. And all of the people we've spoken about have acted on their conscience. In my case, when I look back on it, it's not the effect it's had on me that would put me off repeating it. It's the effect that it had on my family and my friends, and putting them through the hell of having to worry that they would never see their son, their friend, their lover again. To be locked up for the rest of your life in the country where you have family is bad enough, where people can visit you. If Julian was extradited to the United States and detained for long periods, his family would not be able to visit, because they wouldn't be allowed into the United States because they're family of someone who's been convicted of an espionage offence. So this further removal from society just aggravates the horrificness of it. But I don't want to. We've said a lot of kind of sad things. I want to kind of turn it around a little bit towards the end here and talk about the strength that we do have, and that is solidarity. And I've really started to see it grow again through the efforts of the campaigners, and we're seeing a lot of organizations starting to really see the bigger picture here, especially amongst journalists who for a while were tricked into treating this as some kind of sordid soap opera when Julian was in the embassy, and reducing it to a kind of mockery. And now they're starting to see that actually maybe some of them entered the field of journalism because they really believe in the power of truth to make the world a better place. And starting to see that if the precedent is set that publishing war crimes and abuses will result in you being punished horrifically and spending the rest of your life in conditions of torture, then that means that their profession is not safe and meaningful and true in the way that we used to believe it was.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, there's so many things to talk about with regard to all of this. It's extraordinary moves by, shamefully, my government in their efforts to quash dissent and a free press. And one thing I want to bring up that I hadn't yet, the other aspect of the one-sided nature of being on trial in the Eastern District of Virginia. Every member of the jury that I had some connection. Either they had a previous government job or they had a family member who at one point had security clearances. So that within itself will be against Assange if it goes that far. These are individuals who have taken the oath with their security clearances and know, especially with the retaliation going against whistleblowers, especially in the national security realm. And so there's an automatic fear. They better go along with what the government is saying and not think about it because they maybe go.
Thank you once again for being here. Very important that you spend be able to see the electricians' trade union banner at the front. That banner is over 100 years old. It's a heritage of a trade union movement in this country, and the reason that it's here today is because the last time it was outside this building, the last time it was outside the Royal Courts of Justice, it was because Ricky Tomlinson and Des Warren were shooting had come out and were convicted and sent to jail for being pickets in an industrial dispute. Eventually, their case, after more than 40 years, was crushed, and they were proven innocent. Although while he was in prison, Des Warren, who resisted the prison regime, was repeatedly injected with electric cosh and suffered and died later of Parkinson's disease, partly induced by his treatment in prison. And the reason that's important is because it reminds us that the struggle for justice is long. But no matter how long and hard you fight, eventually you can win. As the Shrewsbury pickets have their convictions squashed, we are determined that it will not take that long for justice for Julian Assange. So please
Today, we should be able to gather to celebrate the work and freedom of Julian Assange. We shouldn't be having to meet here to protest against his incarceration. We shouldn't be having to meet here today to think about the way he, Stella, and the family have been robbed of their family life. And why has Julian Assange been robbed of his freedom? Why has Julian Assange been robbed of his family life? Why has Stella been robbed of her husband? Why have their children been robbed of their father? The reason that they've been robbed unjustly of all of these things is because Julian Assange spoke the truth to power. Julian Assange exposed war crimes. Julian Assange did his job as a journalist. Julian Assange did his job of holding the powerful to account. In our parliaments, we hear very often the grand themes bandied about of freedom of the press, the rule of law, the importance of journalism. democracy, freedom of speech. Anybody who believes in these things should know that Julian Assange should be free. And we rightly focus on the misery inflicted by the establishment on Julian. But we also need to reflect upon why they are doing it. They want to send a chilling message to every journalist in this country and around the world. Don't expose war crimes, because if you do, what happened to Julian Assange might happen to you. So we see around the world horror unfolding. We see what's happening in Gaza. We see what's happening in Rafah. Don't we need more Julian Assanges, not fewer Julian Assanges? And don't we need journalists and whistleblowers out there reporting upon and exposing war crimes, not languishing in Belmarsh prison, and certainly not being sent to the United States to face a sentence of 175 years in a super maximum security prison? I'll finish on this. The words of Julian when he said, "If wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by telling the truth." We're gathered here today to tell the great truth that Julian Assange is not a criminal, as well as a father and a husband and a friend. Julian Assange is a journalist, a whistleblower and a hero, and should be free. Free Julian Assange.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Zara Sultana. I am the MP for Coventry South, and I bring solidarity to Julian Assange, Stella, and everyone who believes in the power of journalism. Revealing war crimes is not a crime, it is journalism. It is what we say when we talk about speaking truth to power. But we know Julian is being targeted for exposing US war crimes, the crimes of empire and abuses of state power, from torture in Guantanamo Bay to the killings of civilians in Iraq and Afghanistan, a region ravaged by what the US and the UK and its allies have done. The public, we all of us had a right to know about those appalling crimes, yet Julian has been locked in Belmarsh since 2019 and faces the rest of his life in a US prison for bringing that damning information to light. And this isn't just an attack on Julian, like so many others have said already. This is an attack on the very essence of journalism, on the free press, and what it means to hold the powerful to account. So everyone who cares about free speech should care about Julian, should care about this very important case, and should be calling for an end to this prosecution and the persecution of Julian, for the charges to be dropped and for Julian to be free. So thank you and solidarity, and let's keep fighting.
Wow. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today for Julian. He'll be very moved to know that so many people showed up today. Whatever happens today and tomorrow and this week, please keep on showing up. Be there for Julian and for us and for you until Julian is free. Free Julian Assange. Thank you. Thank you. We have 2 big days ahead. We don't know what to expect. But you're here because the world is watching. They have to know they can't get away with this. Julian needs his freedom, and we all need the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for showing up today at this extremely important hearing where the future of journalism and the freedom to express will be decided. Julian Assange has been denied justice for so long that it's about time that he receives some justice. There is a glimpse of hope, and when I look out at all of you who have shown up here to observe and point a finger at the justice system, do the right thing, continue to do so. This is
Hi everyone, this is amazing. What an incredible turnout. I'd love to see everybody here tomorrow as well. This is really heartwarming and yeah, it really gives us a lot, inspires us to keep going as Julian's family. As John just said, last week the entire Australian Parliament voted on a motion in the Australian Parliament that 2/3 of the parliamentarians voted in favour of, including the government, including all the cabinet ministers, defence ministers, and all of the crossbench. And that motion said very specifically that Julian is an award-winning Australian journalist, that Julian is being persecuted, is being held for exposing the misconduct of the US in its wars abroad, and that the UK and the US should bring this to an end immediately so that Julian can be returned home to Australia. This case, this treatment and this case, this persecution of Julian has made the UK and the US an embarrassment on the world stage. It is their shame. And they can bring it to an end simply by letting Julian go and re-establishing themselves as human rights advocates that can be powerful around the world. So, free Julian Assange.
Good morning, everyone, and it's good to see so many people lining up the streets this morning, showing the strength of the feeling here. But I know it's not just in London, but it's across our country and it's across the world as well. If Julian Assange is extradited to the US, there will be far-reaching human rights implications and a chilling precedent will be set. It will have profound consequences for freedom and democracy all around the world. Potentially every newspaper and every outlet could be at risk in future if this prosecution succeeds. And this goes to the crux of the issue for so many. It's about whether we value and support press freedom or not. And for me, it's been long clear that the charges related to Julian Assange's publishing activities must be dropped, and the UK authorities must reject any notion of his extradition to the US. There must be an end to the suffering and torture of a person for the simple act of telling the truth. Because it is Julian Assange's whistleblowing activities about illegal wars, mass murder, murder of civilians and corruption on a grand scale that have put him where he is today. And when it comes to those wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is clear that they were in breach of international law and resulted in large-scale death and destruction, including human rights abuses committed on a large scale by occupying troops. It's also clear that we were misled, and even now, the truth continues to be obscured and suppressed. In 2003, I was 13 years old, I was a teenager, and I marched against the Iraq war. I know how that war destroyed the lives of so many Iraqis and caused destruction to the region. But it also devastated my constituency and community in East London, and the consequences of it are still felt to this day. I think it's utterly obscene that whilst those that pursue Assange for publishing information about serious human rights violations, we've got those responsible for those crimes itself continuing to enjoy impunity. That's why I think today and Julian Assange's case is so important for us all. Because really it's about people and their power versus state power and imperialism. It's about truth versus deceit and cover-ups. And ultimately it is about seeking justice in an all too often unjust world. Solidarity.
You ought to be up here with me, such a wonderful visage you've never seen. Beautiful faces, all concerned with bringing justice to young man. 15 years approaching that Julian's been incarcerated in one form or another, without charge, by the way. 15 years. This scandal has engrossed the world. We take into consideration the Australian Parliament last week voted 84 members to 42 for the United States to drop the charges and bring Julian home. This is considerable courage exhibited by the Australian Parliament for three very important reasons. Resisting the extraterritorial application of the United States laws. 1. 2. In defence of freedom of speech and the capacity for each of us to speak to each other, bounded on knowledge that we pass to each other, and consequently building within our communities and within our nation an understanding of where we stand. 3. Julian Assange himself, a global difficulty created by the United States and the United Kingdom Crown Prosecuting Service, brought upon themselves a worldwide scandal. All of those elements, the courage of the Australian Parliament to take upon itself criticism, fundamental criticism of the United States and implied criticism of the United Kingdom's Crown Prosecuting Service. A considerable grant. We together, hope is the wrong word, actually. We together insist that the United Kingdom and its judges honour their own laws with the same fortitude, the same courage, the same uprightness as demonstrated by the Australian Parliament and the Australian people, all of whom stand 84% behind us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. As you all know, my country, South Africa, recently took Israel to the International Court of Justice. And the highest court in the world, led by an American judge, concluded that there is a plausible risk, that there is prima facie evidence, in other words, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. This is something that we can all see every day with our own eyes on our screens. It's not something we needed the highest court in the world to tell us. But let us also remember what was included in South Africa's submission: the intentional targeting and killing of Palestinian journalists on the ground. Why are they doing that? Because they do not want us to know what they are doing on the ground to innocent Palestinians. Those journalists are informing the world of what is happening. This is exactly what Julian has spent his life doing. In the 23 years that I've been investigating and researching the murderous and corrupt global trade in weapons, the most effective, the most important truth teller on the global arms trade, on the warfare committed in our names with our tax pounds, has been Julian Assange. And while those who committed the war crimes have not only all gone free, but have all profiteered from their war crimes, it is Julian who speaks truth to power who is on trial. But it is not only Julian who is on trial. It is the British system of justice, it is the British government, it is the US government, it is our entire system of war-making, of imperialism, and of deep-seated corruption. Forgive me for paraphrasing my former boss, Nelson Mandela, but the reality of our democracies, of our world, is that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Julian Assange.
Thank you so much, Sean, and thank you all to everybody here for still being here. It's been a really long 4 years. It's been an even longer 13 years. On one hand, I'm dismayed that it's still at this point. We would have hoped that the British judicial system would have delivered justice by now. We're hoping very much that that is still possible here. But of course, as we all know, this is a political case and it may, in fact, still require a political solution. So we're not letting the US government off the hook today, no matter what happens here in London. The responsibility still lies with the US Department of Justice. At any point, they could drop the charges, they could close this case, they could let Julian Assange free. This it never had to be a matter before the courts, and it does not have to play out in this inevitable way. So let's continue that call on the US to free Assange. Of course, we all know what is at stake here. For my organization, our mandate is press freedom, so we're engaged because of Julian Assange's contributions to journalism. The publication by Wikileaks in 2010 of the leaked classified documents informed extensive public interest reporting around the world. We know that exposed war crimes and human rights violations, crimes which have never been prosecuted. Only the publisher is being pursued here. And if he is sent to the US, of course he is the first publisher that will be pursued in this way. This will set an alarming precedent that could be applied to any journalist, any media organization, anyone who works with stories based on leaked classified information, which is of course a normal journalistic process. So when we say that it's the future of journalism at stake, that is what we mean. This case has been going on for far too long, as we're hearing many politicians finally starting to concede now, but 13 long years. We will already never know what stories have not been told as the result of this endless legal persecution of Julian Assange. But if this continues, if he is extradited, if he is put on trial in the US, the chilling effect will be enormous. It will impact media around the world, and it will impact all of our right to know, because of course this is ultimately about the public's right to information. We have a right to stories in the public interest. I've been asked to hold this closer, sorry. One thing as well is to remind the world actually where Julian Assange is today. We, after a fight with the prison, similar to our fight for court access over the years at Reporters Without Borders, we were finally able to visit Julian in prison 4 times between August and January. A lot of people, especially in the US, have lost sight of where he even is, but he is in a high security prison in the UK, in London, some miles from where we are now. Surely, even...
Move to your left onto the area here. You move to your left onto the area here. Just move to the left onto the area here, that'd be great. Move to the left, please. Can see the ETU banner there, thanks for coming. Move on to the pavement. Croydon Trades Council banner, move on to the pavement, thanks very much. Guys, follow these banners. See the big banner with Julian Assange's face? Just follow that banner onto the side here. Just follow the EPPU banner onto the side here. The Samba Band, thank you very much. Just move on to the pavement here. Brilliant work. The Samba Band, move on to the pavement, that'd be great. Just move to your left, that'd be fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much to the PCS Samba Band. Thank you so much for all your support. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange! I now want to introduce our first speaker this evening, Richard Medhurst. He's been carrying through the work of the Assange campaign. He's been reporting on the trials. He read his account of what's been happening in court. Richard.
Thank you very much. Look at you! Look at all of you! Look at all of you! Wonderful. You know, I got to admit, I'm kind of sick and tired. I've been sitting all day listening to the CIA argue why, you know, Assange is a criminal and exposing war crimes is apparently a criminal offense. How boring and disgusting that they come into our courtrooms and tell us, you know, that they want to give Julian Assange a walloping. They want to prosecute him with US laws, but no protections under US laws. So you can try him with the Extradition Act, or with the Espionage Act, but he gets no First Amendment protections. What kind of rubbish is that? What kind of rubbish is that? You need to understand something. A lot of you are holding Palestine flags, and it makes me very happy to see, because these two things are not disconnected. They are connected. The same people that are prosecuting Assange are the same people bombing Gaza. You need to understand that. These are the same corporations, the same banks, the same arms dealers that put Julian Assange in jail. They're the same people that killed 130 journalists in Gaza. This is a war on journalism. And it's not just against Julian, it's against the people covering the case as well. They make it impossible to get in the courtroom. They make it impossible to hear what's going on. How the hell do they have £1 million per missile to shoot down Yemeni drones, but they can't fix the microphones in the bloody courtroom? What the hell is that? Are you serious, man? What is this? They really want us to believe they can't fund the NHS, they can't fix the transport, all of this crumbling where they got time to go make wars and kill people? Rubbish! Rubbish! Absolute rubbish. You need to understand something as well. This case, this is a violation of UK sovereignty. The Americans have no business coming here. The extradition treaty says you cannot take someone to the United States. That is what the law says. You cannot send someone to the United States for a political offense. You can't do it. And they're playing a double game here. They think that, you know, we're just going to okay this. No, you guys coming out here, this is an act of resistance. You being here, you raising your voice, you coming out with the drums, you know, chanting, that's an act of resistance. And when Julian Assange was being taken out of the embassy, he said, resist. He said, UK resist. So he asks that of you guys. Do you understand? You have to keep resisting. You have to make your voices heard, because that's the one thing that they do not have. They don't have numbers. Yeah, they've got money, they've got bonds, they don't have numbers in power. Do you understand? They have no power in numbers. That belongs to all of you. So you have to keep coming out, you have to keep showing your support for Julian, and keep showing your support for Palestine. Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Ben Westwood. Vivienne Westwood is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Ben is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello there. Yeah, exactly. My name is Ben Westwood. Unfortunately, my mother Vivienne is not here today. She was a close friend to Julian Assange and a long-term campaigner for a free press and against his extradition to the United States for the crime of revealing American war crimes, which included torturing prisoners of war and shooting unarmed civilians, not to mention revealing that the CIA can spy on you through your TV and smartphones. Julian is a lovely man. I've met him. He's a human being revealing the truth for us all. He is a real hero. Julian has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for nearly 5 years now, and he got married to his partner Stella Assange there. But Julian wasn't allowed to be shown in his Vivienne Westwood kilt, wedding kilt, because you could see his painfully thin legs brought about by his treatment, which UN Special Rapporteur Niels Mesler has described as torture. Unfortunately, this issue is not just about the injustice perpetrated to Julian. This is about our collective democratic right to real facts and truth. In a true democracy, the people need unrestricted access to facts and information in order to make informed choices. As Julian has said, the aim of war is not to win it, it's to have a never-ending war. War is a great way to launder the public's money into private hands and to maintain sources of cheap natural resources and cheap human labour for the profit god. Afghanistan and Iraq were great successes for them, and now it's Ukraine, Gaza, and the next project, China. Loads of money rolling in, not to mention for the Western contractors awarded the contracts to repair the damage caused. The fact that Julian is being charged with the crime of espionage is very telling. During times of war, public information can be restricted. Are we at war? The US has been conducting one war after another continuously since the end of the Second World War. Now they are trying to step into our country's law. If this appeal fails, America can disregard the laws of any other countries. Why is our government disregarding our own laws to suit America? What happened to Magna Carta? What happened to habeas corpus? Now I feel even more disgusted to be British. What are you doing to our country? A friend of my mother coined an acronym, a pill called NINSDAL, a pacifier used to control the world's populations. It stands for National Idolatry, Non-Stop Distraction, Organised Lying. The mainstream press is controlled and lies by omission and misinformation. They just don't do reports on something that is being hidden, as in Julian's case. When they do report, it has a bias. Now you hardly hear about the war in Ukraine. All the men there with no arms and legs for the rest of their lives. Gaza is just a background story now. All those people buried under the rubble. War journalism is strictly under control these days. No war photographers like Don McCullin allowed to take photos on the front line anymore. They learnt that in Vietnam. The case against Assange is the final end of the pretext that democracy exists. If he is convicted, it is the beginning of darkness for us all. The attack on Julian Assange is also an attack on us. Next time this could be you.
Thanks very much. Now listen, we need you all to be safe, so there's plenty of room over this side. Can you all move to your left so people can come out of the road and be safely onto the pavement? Just move over, please. Thanks very much. I can see you moving. Please do that. Come on to the pavement, guys. It's night time. It's Whitehall. We want you to be safe. Come on over this side. It's not really within my power just for the moment, although it's a good sentence. Okay. Now I'm sure that you've all been waiting to hear from Stella Assange about her impressions, both about what's happened in the court and about what we should do next. So please do give her a very warm welcome. She's been through the hell of that court case for the last two days, and she wants to be with you here tonight. Stella Assange.
Wow, you guys are amazing. Not just the turnout this evening coming here to Downing Street, but also over the past 48 hours. It's been incredible. Every time I got to court, I was greeted by this incredible supportive crowd that was cheering us on, and I told Julian all about how much support he has, and also how much attention the media has given this case this time around. The world is watching. And finally, there's a realization about what this is really about, which is an attack on the truth, an attack on the public's right to know, and a country's attempt to further their impunity and their cover-ups and continue to kill with impunity without the threat of a media that will scrutinize them, of a public that will demand change. That cannot stand. Everything turns on the outcome of this case. Whether states can criminalize journalism and put journalists in prison like they've been doing in the UK with an Australian citizen, a publisher who's won many, many awards for his journalism, and they've stuck him in the deepest, darkest hole of the UK prison system, and the US threatens to put him in the deepest, darkest hole of the US prison system for 175 years. Shame. Julian's imprisonment is a result of people with too much power who lost the plot, who got power thirsty and are guilty. They know they're guilty and they want to continue to live their lives without any consequences for the crimes they've committed. This case is about whether state crimes can continue unpunished, unscrutinized. Julian's freedom is the only antidote. We don't have a decision today. Julian's life is at severe risk every single day he is in prison. He is a political prisoner. He is the world's most famous political prisoner. We know what happened to the other most famous political prisoner last week. That cannot happen to Julian. It cannot be allowed to happen. The world is watching. Julian has to be freed. Now, whatever happens in the coming days, we can't know, but we can know that we will be there for Julian and be there for our own democracy, our own future, our own ability to change policy, to change decisions, to change governments. Because if there's no scrutiny, we can't be informed. We can't be able to change, make an informed decision about who we elect. Our rights are at stake, but Julian's life is at stake. If he is extradited, he will lose his life. He will be killed. He will be killed by the country that has been plotting his assassination. And the court heard how the United States, under the previous administration, which may be the next administration, had plotted to assassinate him, who had plotted to poison him, who had plotted to kidnap him, who had plotted to rendition him. Shame. Shame on those who put journalists in prison. Shame on those who murder journalists. Shame on those who are afraid of the truth. That's not a society I want to live in. We're better than that. The UK courts are also under scrutiny. They have heard about the murder plots against my husband. They are on notice that the country that is trying to extradite him has planned to murder him. They don't deny it. They just change the subject. The whole time we were in court, the other side somehow avoided to talk about what the documents Julian published revealed. They didn't talk about the war crimes. They didn't talk about the 15,000 civilian killings in Iraq that were revealed. They didn't talk about their torture and rendition program. They didn't talk about Guantanamo Bay. They simply changed the subject. Shame. This case is brought by criminals who want to maintain their impunity, who want to avoid the courts. They are the fugitives from justice, not Julian. Julian is justice. He is transparency. He is us. He is the public. And as long as Julian remains in prison, we are all in prison. And they are free. It cannot be. Free Assange. Be there for Julian. He would be there for you. He is there for you. He needs to be free. Free Assange.
Free Assange! Free Assange! So my next speaker has observed many of these hearings in the Assange case. For Reporters Without Borders, please give a warm welcome for Rebecca Vinson.
In these past 2 days, we have heard nothing new from the US government. We have heard them double down on the same arguments that they've been making for 13 years, and in particular since the superseding indictment was issued. Again, we're seeing attempts to make exceptions for Julian Assange. Why his human rights don't matter. Why normal protections for journalists don't matter. We've heard this before. We heard how even though they knew his state of mental health, they knew his risk of suicide, how, oh no, it would be okay, send him here anyways. Now we're seeing that in an attempt to distance the journalistic community from him and all of us. But let me be very clear, this case is about journalism. It is about press freedom. If they make an exception of Julian Assange, the rule will be broken. And no one, no journalist, no publisher, no journalistic source, no media organization can ever be confident that their rights will be respected again. We will see an immediate and distinct chilling effect, in particular on national security reporting. This is absolutely about journalism. We are deeply concerned for Julian Assange's current situation. This is the first time he was granted permission to attend court in 3 years. So the fact that he wasn't there speaks volumes about his current situation. The fact that he couldn't even attend online tells us how he's feeling. I saw him myself in prison a few weeks ago with a broken rib, in pain, and coughing a lot from a respiratory illness. So we're concerned about his physical health as well as his mental health. So while this case is being decided in these courts, and while the strings are being pulled 4,000 miles away in Washington, D.C., this man is in a prison cell tonight, a few miles from us here. We must remember him. We must not let his situation deteriorate further. So we still hope that at this late stage, there can be some justice delivered from the British system. The world is watching. And if not here, then Strasbourg. And it is imperative that if these courts fail to protect journalism and press freedom by protecting Julian Assange, it is imperative that his right to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights is respected, that the UK abides by its European Convention obligations, and that no move is made to extradite him whilst that process is ongoing. It is essential. If this country is going to stand for the rule of law, they must abide by their international obligations. And we are here at Downing Street. This is still within the UK's power to do the right thing, but let's not let Washington off the hook. I hope they're watching from across the ocean as well. This is a political case, and if justice isn't possible here in the British courts, our call still remains on the Biden administration to drop these charges, to close this case. A political solution could be found. It is a question of political will. So let's not let them off the hook either. Our call remains to free Assange. And there is only one decision: no extradition.
No extradition! Thank you, Rebecca. And there is no one who's reported as effectively, has campaigned as effectively for Julian Assange as Craig Murray.
Thank you, everyone. Absolutely wonderful to see you all. And I want to start off by thanking you from the bottom of our hearts, all of you who have stood out in the cold and the rain this last 2 days to support Julian Assange. It's been a really, really fantastic effort. Thank you. And we are a community that shows the sort of democracy that Julian dreams of, where freedom of information empowers people, puts power back from the hands of the politicians into the hands of the people. And I see here people I have been seeing for more than 10 years, people who I saw standing in the cold and the wet outside the Ecuadorian embassy, people I saw day in, day night who have been campaigning. And it is not been without effect. We have turned around public opinion on Julian Assange and on this case. And we have done that to the extent that the establishment now have to listen. And yesterday and today in the court, I sat there in the courtroom. I wish you could all have been there, because firstly, Julian's legal team did a fantastic job. Yeah! And secondly, I saw something I would not have said in 5 years of these legal processes. For the first time, I saw judges who were actually listening intelligently and paying attention to what the defense says. And we have done that. We have done that because they can no longer ignore us. They can no longer scorn us. And we heard, in a UK court, we heard Julian's defense outline the war crimes of the United States. We heard lawyers, eminent KCs, speak to the bench and talk of massacre, and talk of torture, and talk of drone killings, and talk of killings of journalists, and talk of systematic war crimes committed by the United States and its allies, and what Julian has done to expose that. You know, yesterday in the United Nations, the United States vetoed a ceasefire resolution on Gaza, and the United Kingdom, as its cowardly little henchman, abstained alongside it. And we are fighting the same thing. We have here the United States trying to destroy Julian Assange, and the United Kingdom as its cowardly little henchman, keeping him in Belmarsh jail. We will not stand for it. This will not last. It is essential to the freedom of all of us that Julian is released, because he stands for freedom of information and for the right of people to know what governments are secretly doing in their name and with their resources. We are fighting a noble battle, and it is a battle which is turning, and a battle which will win, and it's a battle fundamentally for the very kind of society we wish to live in. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Craig. And now, for the last speech of this evening, I'm very pleased to welcome back to the podium the organiser of the Free Assange campaign in the United States, Vince DiStefano.
Thank you, John. Brothers and sisters, I stand before you in shame for the government that represents me. I wish to quote the words of President Joe Biden stated on May 3rd, World Press Freedom Day. Journalists, uncover the truth. Check the abuse of power. Demand transparency from those in power. They are indispensable to the functioning of democracy. He and his administration go forward and say that journalism is not a crime. Those words are ashes in their mouth. The utter hypocrisy of my government shines in that courtroom. And it is incumbent upon us, all of us, to say no to the hegemony of the United States, say no to the Biden administration, and say yes to the freedom of journalists and journalism around the world. Julian must be free. Free Assange! Free Assange! Free Assange now! Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for demonstrating for the last 2 days. You've been outside that court for 2 days. You've done absolutely brilliantly. And nothing that we say from this platform is as important as you being there. Every speaker on this platform is simply a mirror to the protesters and the demonstrators and the activists who are fighting to free Julian Assange. So stay strong, and stay mobilized, and stay fighting. And remember, one of the slogans, one of the oldest slogans in the business of popular mobilization is educate, agitate, mobilize. Take that home with you, continue to do it, stay safe, stay fighting, solidarity.
Outside the Royal Courts of Justice. We've come all the way down. The protest was huge, massive amount of media, which is fantastic. You guys would have just seen speeches from Stella, from Craig Murray, from John Rees, from Rebecca Vincent. It's been a wet and cold day outside the court today, but inside I think there have been some noteworthy things that we will be discussing on here at a later date, on X, on Twitter, on all social media that we can find and you can follow. So I think the one thing I just wanted to mention was that the prosecution today, the judges asked the prosecution today for clarification over whether Julian Assange could face the death penalty upon arrival in America. The prosecution was forced to admit that that is an actuality that could happen, although I'm sure at some point they will come in with further assurances. The question is, can we trust those assurances? The answer is absolutely not. So anyway, for today, we've come to the end of our two-day hearing. Things look as positive as they possibly could. We need you guys to stay motivated, stay mobilized, stay fighting, stay engaged. We need you. More than ever, we need you to free Julian Assange. Free Julian, free us all. Thank you.